All right, chat. This year is not Anthony Richardson's year. Apparently, it's either going to be Pat Mahomes' year or Saquon Barkley's year. We'll just have to wait till next season for the Quentin Nelson, Anthony Richardson combination to lead the Colts this far. But New Orleans, it's Chiefs, it's Eagles. The Super Bowl is underway, and we got to start going fast, people. Pause. The national anthem's fast approaching. So, what are the odds? We've got to jeez. Those are not odds that we want to look at, chat. We're here for the Super Bowl. We're here for a good time. We're here to have some fun. National anthem odds. Hot start, chat. What can we get on the national anthem? I think the over-under was around 120 seconds, 2.5 minutes, chat. I'm not seeing it. Halftime. How long the national anthem? The majority is leaning between 110 and 120 seconds. The over-under is 120.5. Okay, can we try to time it ourselves? Is there any way we can do this credibly to where it counts officially? This is like the problem with like people timing the 40-yard dashes. Everybody has their own stopwatch and stop clocks and doing their own thing. Oh, as they honor, of course, the legendary Bears owner, like 102 years old. Shout out. Tip of the cap. Great run when, in terms of the life portion of it. The Bears, they got the 85 championship in there, so they at least have one to remember. Is this it? Okay, when does it technically start? Does it start on the O, the say? When he lifts the mic? Is it like, when does the clock stop on the field goal? Like when the ball crosses when it breaks the plane, when it hits the net? Like in the NBA, is it when the ball hits the floor? Is it when it breaks the net? Is it when the music starts? Oh, this is not it. Okay, this is Trombone Shorty and Lauren Daigle. This is definitely not the national anthem, but it's getting us kicked off with some New Orleans vibes. Okay, we've got to open up there's a couple of opening acts for the national anthem. It makes sense. The national anthem, a headlining act. Who do we got this year? John Batiste performing. Very exciting. Can't wait for that. So we'll see. I don't know what this is still. Is this some Louis Armstrong cover? Oh, this is America the Beautiful. Okay, I got it dialed in right now. We had to turn the Tubi down a little bit because it was going to get us copyright struck before we got on. But shout out. It's a mix tonight of things that we had stock on way in the beginning. Pat Mahomes from the Texas Tech days at Tubi. I feel like we were in on Tubi really early as well, too. I feel like even now, even before people are going to start logging into Tubi for the Super Bowl, it's going to be, as of last night, it was getting in on Tubi early. But we were early adapters for Tubi, early adapters for Pat Mahomes, and they've converged tonight. Not early adapters of Taylor Swift, but maybe we'll eventually, work our way around. I don't know what what the peak for minutes played could be for Taylor Swift in our rotation. I'd have to remember because it doesn't I don't know. Does Spotify, did it give us the minutes listen for the artist in the same way that Apple does? Apple actually Spotify gives you minutes listen for the whole thing, but does it give you the artist to artist breakdown? I think it might have. Okay, we've got Armed Forces walking out now. Speaking of which, there was, I think, odds of a military flyover. I guess they could still do it, but it is domed up, so it would be for the national broadcast, I guess. Okay. Do they go right into the national anthem from here? I feel like we're going to lose precious seconds on this start. Oh, Batiste with the crazy piano setup. Hot start from a creative standpoint. The music. We've, of course, got a heavy music day. Oh, I feel like it's starting. Oh, he's working his way through it. It's a nice chill vibe, but he's going at a pace. He might get it there. 20 seconds, chat. We should have timed it ourselves before this to see what was reasonable. Are we supposed to talk during the national anthem? Trump with the salute? Should we go? What do we do, chat? Is hand over the Colts Nerf football the right thing to do for the national anthem? I don't know if that's the correct stance. Over the Wembanyama jersey? Over the player from Paris? Gets regular. You know Batista's going to crush this. We just don't want to interrupt him, chat. He's doing such a good job. Sirianni, will we get anybody crying? Is that on your bingo card, chat? Speaking of bingo cards, after the national anthem, we're going to reveal our Super Bowl bingo card. Oh, Batista's flying past. Wait, 120 seconds? No, that's what? The full 2 minutes, right? He's only about a minute. I mean, at most, he's like a minute 45 if we started late. Oh, he's looping that intro, chat. He's looping the intro or the outro. How long did they count it for? Oh, he stretched the note. I think he got there, chat. 2 minutes. I think he hit the over. And speaking of over, we do get the flyover. Shout out. Football chat. Maybe one of the few things we're actually still doing right in 2025. Who knows? We'll see what the script says for this game. If we're still able to do this game correctly. Pause. But shout out Batista. He went for it. I thought, the pace, he was kind of creeping along. But it was that nice New Orleans, tempo. You're like, okay, we're cruising faster than you think. It's like some of that New Orleans jazz can be like a good driver. You look over and you're like, wait a second, we're going, 55. It seems like we're cruising pretty chill here. But the way he was able to loop that back and then hold that last note definitely confirmed it. And again, I think we started late, but even on our time, he went over on the 2 minutes. Can we get a live update? Or actually, we were going to reveal our Super Bowl bingo card. Let's do that real quick while we're in commercial break. I know everybody else has got their own Super Bowl bingo card. We will show you what the Rem and Sam crew has cooked up for today. Playing with a little mini bingo card board. So we've got a couple of options, a couple of different ways to win with this one. Should we just start in the top left and just go left to right, working our way down? Top left. I honestly don't even know how to play bingo, chat. You can win obviously the 4 in a row, crisscross or just a row straight down. Or I think 4 corners counts right too. If you get the 4 corners, that can win. I don't know if there's we don't have a middle in this. Not a 5x5, it's a 4x4. But I think those would be our main options. But again, I guess, is it like a 1A? Do we call it like square 1A? How do we call it the squares? But top left, Jake Elliott misses a field goal. Special teams, we know it's been a big portion of the Chiefs run, kind of this dynasty. And for the Eagles, it hasn't necessarily bitten them yet in this playoff run. But in a close game, chat, that has been something this season that has struggled. And I don't think that's something that we mentioned as well too in the pregame, or in the when we were talking to Sam on Friday when we were just previewing some of trying to console him in his worries about the Chiefs going into the Super Bowl. Poor Saquon Barkley. And don't forget, chat. Sam said that Saquon Barkley is the scariest. I think he said the scariest player. But I know for a fact that he said the scariest weapon, like the scariest, non-quarterback that they've played in any point, especially in the playoffs. And that includes, Jamar Chase. That includes Derrick Henry. If we're throwing in the quarterbacks, obviously Allen Lamar. McCaffrey in last year's Super Bowl as just, another great running back. And he said Saquon Barkley is the most terrifying version, the most terrifying player of any player that they faced. So I don't know if he's just pre-setting himself up for, the bracing himself for failure has already begun, Shep, but that is where he is at mentally right now. But we said it's going to be a close game, and it's, do you trust Mahomes in a close game? It's impossible. It feels like it's impossible for him to lose. And again, in these close game scenarios, when you need all the points, are we going to get a Jake Elliott sort of missed field goal, missed extra point? Maybe a missed extra point counts in there. I don't know how loose IT is going to be with the rules in our bingo card. But, oh, now I feel like I have to have another moment of silence, chat, as we honor some... I wasn't paying attention. I was going through our bingo card, but... Rest in peace. Shout out. The real heroes, chat. Oh, was this from the attack? Yeah. I mean, is that where 2025? I mean, it feels like there's been like 7 different things that have happened since then. And it's February 9th. We got 3 defensive captains for the Eagles. No offensive captains. Hurts not a captain this year either. I feel like we should go along with their moment of silence, chat, so we'll honor it. Hopefully he doesn't get copyright straightened out. Torbett, the ref, I think he's a... Is he like a birthplace Kansas City? I think he was born in Arrowhead, right? 50-yard line, they say. Okay, coin toss. Back to the bingo card. And again, shout out to the families and the victims of the New Orleans New Year's Day attack and the terrorist situation down there. But, yeah, we've got the Jake Elliott missed field goal. And Brady, he's going through, or Mahomes is going for the 3-peat. There's going to be a lot of GOAT talk tonight. And it's, I don't know, coincidence, luck, I don't know what's going on. But Brady just happens to be in the booth watching Mahomes go for something that Brady was never able to accomplish. So Brady might potentially bring up the fact that he still has more rings than Mahomes. He still is the most winningest quarterback in history, and still kind of at this point the guy that is, I know we're saying at this point, reluctantly, we have to put him at the GOAT. Come on, Mahomes. I mean, people are sick of the Mahomes thing, but I mean, do we got to think big picture here? Like, Mahomes is going for Brady, right? Mahomes gets to dethrone Brady as the GOAT quarterback. I don't know if people want that or not. We'll have to see, chat. But, yeah, continuing on the top row, Taylor Swift shown over 4.5 times. Is that even the official, like, over-under that was set? Or is that what the odds are saying? Where's IT getting these numbers from? Let's see. Can we get a... I know there was a who will be shown first, Taylor Swift or Trump. How many times Taylor Swift is shown on the broadcast? 10 or more times? 44%? They're saying 10 or more times? So IT's saying more than... There's a 6 or 7. So that one might be a lock. I don't know if IT just is trying to... What do we get for getting bingo on this card? I don't know if IT's just trying to give us the easy win, but that's what, once a quarter and then one extra time to go over? Are they going to show... If they show her 10 times, that's 2 times a quarter? Are they going to cut to Taylor Swift in the booth 10 times a quarter, chat? We will have to see. That seems like IT's underestimating the odds there. And then the last one, top row... Is the script just going to fall out of the ref's pocket at some point? I mean, again, in a close game scenario, we talked about the Eagles kick game situation, their special teams, chat, but we just know how this is going to work for the Chiefs. At least we think we know how this is going to work for the Chiefs. And I guess the question as well, too, that I don't know if I kind of subconsciously have had this whole time, but it's like, what do the Chiefs look like if they don't get a break from that ref sort of angle? Because, you know, they've gotten these, I mean, I was going to say they've gotten these wins in their own right. And, you know, Sam's gone on here and made the case. He's like, you can't say it's the refs because you're going to take away from the talent of the team. But again, you just have these glaring plays in every game, late in the games and in these big time situations that potentially, you know, you look at and go, that really did kind of affect the outcome in a major way. Oh, chat, you know, we want to pay attention to the pre-roll hype videos as well, too. Tom Cruise? Did we have this on our bingo card? Which celebrity to do the monologue? Maybe we'll do that for the finals. We'll draft celebrities to do the opening video. But if they, and it's not even like if the refs don't give them the call. It's just like, you know, what happens if the Chiefs commit a mistake in that way as well too? We've kind of never, I kind of wasn't putting that on the board as well, as it was just like, you know, is Mahomes gonna be perfect? Because it felt like it's been so reliant on, at least our opinion of the Chiefs, obviously, on the fact that they have Mahomes at the end of the day. And it's, you know, is Mahomes gonna be able to do his thing at the end of the game, or is this going to be the time where he's a human being? But also just the rest of the team. If there's a situation, it's second down and Mahomes makes the play and scrambles, but this actually is the time where they get the run but actually throws the flag in the fourth quarter. They get the hold, they call it back, and it's like now all of a sudden second and whatever, now it's third and long, and now they're in a tough situation, forced to punt, and it's like they actually kind of kick themselves and the refs actually went against them. Or is it going to be the situation where they don't have to overcome those things? Like, how smooth sailing is this going to be for Kansas City at the end of the game? Now in row 2, back to square one, row 2 on the left. Octopus. If we get an octopus tonight from a player, for those that are not familiar, pause. It's the 8-point play. So if a player gets the touchdown, but then also gets the 2-point conversion, that is the octopus. So they'll score 8 points in that possession. That'll go for that bingo card. We know Trump is in attendance tonight, so hopefully all is safe. So, honestly, hopefully this bingo square doesn't hit. But I guess going to the halftime as well, too. Not like us, played multiple times. We know it's pretty much locked in to be played. And that's an interesting one. Maybe we'll go back to the halftime performance at some point. But will we get the encore, chat? I mean, we'll be here live all night. We'll get to see the halftime performance live. So that's honestly the thing that we're most excited for. I mean, we know what that's going to be. We don't really know what this game is going to be as much as we anticipate it being exciting. It's like we know that halftime show, lock it in, chat. It's going to be stellar. If anything is historic tonight, it's going to be the halftime show from one man, Kendrick Lamar, Compton's own Kendrick Lamar, bringing his latest work to the big stage, to stadiums all around the... Big as the what, chat? Big as the what? Should we whip through the rest of this quick? A.J. Brown starts reading. Is the last one in row 2. Then we've got either team attempts the Philly special. So this isn't even like a successful Philly special. This is just, whoa, we're going with a real minimalist style on the on the scoreboard, chat. It's shout out. You know the Super Bowl is always the time where they pull up with the new graphics package, but it just looks like it didn't load. It looks like the scoreboard has not finished loading. So maybe second quarter, second drive, they'll throw a little background in there. Or maybe just like space it a little bit differently. But it, you know, when it gets to double digits, it'll maybe make more sense. So here we go. Philly gets the ball first, so we know that KC is going to get that potential double play to end the half. Saquon outside the edge to start the game. Not going crazy, but definitely, you know, it's a long game, and wears you out over time. But either team to just attempt the Philly special at some point. Obviously, Philly could go back into their old historic package. Or do we see Reed pay homage to his old team in a way, but also stick it to him with the Philly special? 2nd and 6, chat. And can Philly stay in front of the sticks just in order to keep running the ball? That's the main thing. Obviously, and the pressure. Throwing on the run to Smith on the outside, and he gets him. And I forget which way that they were saying that Hurts rolls out on a higher percentage of his plays. I think it's to the right. He rolls out more. So let's do the quick, put ourselves in. Yeah, he was rolling out right again, chat. No contain. Devontae Smith breaking free. Zone coverage. Will they man up the receivers at some point? Try to contain Hurts. 1st and 10, I imagine we go right back to Barkley. Easy run on the outside. And you do got to give the Chiefs linebackers credit. They are underrated. I know Sam has definitely mentioned that. I mean, we know if there's anything positive that's not been said about the Chiefs at a larger scale. Sam has definitely said it at some point. But Sam has said that the Chiefs, of course, their linebackers are good at playing downfield. I think it might have been our own internet that time because now we're having troubles on this end. But again, going back to Tubi, if Netflix is going to have issues during the Jake Paul Tyson fight and Tubi is not going to have issues during the Super Bowl, I mean, what a win for Tubi, chat. Really showing out in their debut in a much stronger way. And that wouldn't even really been Netflix's debut. Maybe was it their debut for sports? Obviously not debut live because the Brady thing was live. Okay, Hurts on the run on 3rd and 11. They're in tush push range. This has got to be a tush push. Did we have the tush push on the bingo card? Did IT put it on the bingo card? I don't think they did. We do have the Rizzler is in more commercials than Shane Gillis. Okay. Is that more individual commercials or more brands? How is IT defining that rule? Because Gillis has a handful now of Bud Light commercials. Oh, 4th and 2. Hurts in the gun. No tush push. This is just Sirianni being aggressive. They're going for it, chat. Right away. Hurts down the field to Brown. He got his man and a flag. A.J. Brown. I think we did have A.J. Brown starts reading, so I don't know if that'll be an A.J. Brown dependent thing. That might be Hurts. Offense! Torbett! The script is falling out of the pocket. Did we lock that one in on the first drive? Wow. 4th and 2. Immediately game-changing play. Oh, chat. It's ticky-tacky. It's a little ticky-tacky. He does get him in the face. That's always a point of concern. It looks like a bit of a face mask as well. I mean, you can get him on the face mask part of it, but it was definitely not pass interference. If you call him for face mask or illegal hands to the face, I mean, Philly, I know everybody doesn't want to see Mahomes get the three-peat, but Philly winning a title, it's just anytime, and maybe the Sixers are starting to become an exception to this rule, but anytime Philly, it seems like they're getting titles. I mean, they're literally greasing the streetlights in New Orleans just in case Philly wins. I don't know if that is the script also falling out of the refs' pockets, but oh, this one's tough, chat. IT taking shots. I don't know, chat. Anyone ignoring Brittany Mahomes? So IT is saying that they cut to the booth, that whatever this booth is, whatever suite that they're in, and just Brittany Mahomes is a couple drinks deep talking to somebody and they're just ignoring her. How do we define ignoring? Because you can be listening and not like looking somebody directly, direct eye contact, especially there's a game in front. You're going to be watching the game. That side to side conversation is definitely a thing. So we'll definitely have to look at the face and definitely make a call. Oh no. So we've got a couple of different options here, chat. It feels like it could go a couple of different ways for Taylor Swift tonight. So we've got Taylor Swift, of course. Travis Kelce could propose to Taylor Swift. That is a possibility at the end of the game. But IT is also putting here on the bingo card, Taylor Swift runs off with Saquon Barkley. So I guess Saquon wins Super Bowl MVP in this situation. Maybe breaks all the Super Bowl rushing records. I don't know who holds those at this point. Is it John Riggins or Emmitt Smith or somebody. I don't know who has the rushing. Larry Zonka. But now it'll be Saquon Barkley. 200, 300 yards, chat. Gets a couple of 70-yarder touchdowns in there. Is dominant. The best performance we've ever seen it. I guess Taylor Swift is just, till the winner goes the spoils, chat. But we'll see which way it goes. I guess we'll get one of the bingo cards. Are they just hedging their bets? They're like, it'll go one way or the other depending on the wins. But going into row 4. Oh, chat. IT getting a little controversial with the DEI touchdown. Roger Goodell, of course, coming out and saying over the press conference, and that DEI has been a good part of the league, and Goodell maybe hasn't always made the best moves in that area, but at least admitting him wanting to keep it around and not just saying let's just wipe it all away is at least Goodell is doing something right there. But and at least that's all the quote I saw. So if Goodell said something else, was like, it's been great for the league, but going forward, then I'm sorry that I missed it. But again, I saw that, at least that part of it. But if DEI, I guess, is important to the league, chat, do we get the DEI touchdown spot on the bingo card? We get both a black and a white player to score? So who do we get for the white guys? Is this like a Justin Watson? Oh, we get Kelsey, of course. Oh, obviously we get Kelsey. We get Watson. I get Goddard. So we get the tight ends. Yeah, okay, this could be a good one. We could definitely get like a Goddard and a Worthy, or a Kelsey and a Barkley, or Kelsey, Barkley. There's different combinations. Justin Watson and A.J. Brown. There's different combinations that we could hit this one. This one, I think IT said they saw this one on X and it was just too funny. They had to throw it on there. Donna Kelsey shows some cleavage. Donna Kelsey getting a little famous, chat. She's normally in some jerseys, but we'll see if that jersey gets a little sexier now that her name's been out there. But we'll see if we get a hit on the bingo card. Burkhart says Gulf of Mexico. I guess they're close by, so we'll see if Burkhart's been programmed into the new re-changing, or if he says Gulf of Mexico at some point. And then, yeah, I guess those last two scores, like we were saying, well, just depends on what happens with Taylor Swift. So we may have already hit, chat. The script falls out of the ref's pocket. Oh, Kelsey with the drop on 2nd and 9. Bringing up, of course, 3rd and 9. Karma, chat? Some would say karma. Some say ball don't lie. Some would say that's a makeup for that penalty that was called. Andy Reid, the legend, having a chance to once again go up against his former team. I mean, he's always going to be motivated by that. I guess we can't underrate that. If Belichick was in this spot against, and I guess, he couldn't necessarily have played the Browns in the Super Bowl, but if he had been in this spot against the Browns in the playoffs and against those teams in big moments, it definitely would have been a storyline. Belichick, he wants to go out there and kill this team. Mahomes, he's doing his magic, chat. It's up for grabs. That one's a little risky. Doing a little too much. Both of the defenses, strong start. You've got to be impressed. But if you're both offenses, you come away from both those possessions and go, okay, we both had sloppy starts. If we're A.J. Brown, we get a little handsy on the route. We get a little sloppy with some of the fundamentals. If we're Kelsey, obviously we need to make a catch on 2nd and 9 across the middle of the field there. So you make good plays if you're the defense. If you're the offense, you don't feel like you've been shut down anyways, which is good. It means that there's excitement. And there's going to be a quarter as well too. I feel like, was that a prop that we heard on the Simmons Sal combo when they were doing the Super Bowl props? I think one of them that they brought up was for one of the quarters to end 0-0, which I actually thought was a really good prop, because one of the quarters, we could get like a 21-24 quarter in like the 2nd or 3rd quarter. And then, is this a Thunderbolts trailer? I haven't seen Thunderbolts trailer yet. Sebastian Stan really putting in work on the stock. Did he get nominated for an Oscar? I think he did. A Golden Globe or something. The man's getting award love. Critical acclaim for our guy Sebastian Stan. Kind of a sneaky, of the guys that have emerged, both, I don't know, do we have to go? Stay tuned to the Thunderbolts pod, chat, because that would be something I'm interested to look into. Would be the kind of mini careers that they've started to have now post these MCU runs for some of these guys. And obviously Stan is still in the MCU, but I guess we're saying post MCU, the post MCU hype of it all. And when that was the main thing that those guys were doing, because even now you don't feel as tied to the MCU in the same way that you do. You know, I feel like the Avengers movie is like in like the next Avengers movie is in like 2 or 3 movies at least on the slate right now. So they're just kind of speeding up the whole thing, and the commitment really isn't the same as what it used to be. And maybe it's just you can't get these high level actors. You know, again, they got Downey at a particular part of his career. They got Evans and Hemsworth, and even a guy like Stan. Like, they got all these guys at certain parts of their careers. Now they're trying to go the opposite way and get stars, and at least in parts of it. And, you know, in other roles, they're doing their casting and they're doing their work. It's you know, a balance. But Stan has had a good run. I'd have to go through the exact movies, and I'd have to, because, you know, I obviously, well, I guess not obviously, but at least for me anyways, I did a little bit of a Sebastian Stan run as well too, post Endgame and post all that stuff. So I'm a little confused. Just like, did the movies that I watched, were they released after Endgame, or were they Sebastian Stan's movies that were released before, and I was just doing the binge and catching up? So we'll have to go through the IMDb and get it all sorted out. We'll have to see if any of those movies are on Tubi, chat. Maybe Tubi's got a couple of Sebastian Stan vehicles floating around out there that we could take a look at. But yeah, that'll be fun. Him, Florence Pugh. I forget who all else is in that. Elaine from Seinfeld. Who? What's her name? Julia Louis-Dreyfus. Veep, chat. The Veep chick is in it. That'll be fun. Oh yeah, Harbour. David Harbour. Batista, of course, his time with the MCU, R.I.P. But David Harbour, a couple more movies to go. I was also seeing on some bingo cards on X and on social medias about them showing replays for the Chiefs-Eagles Super Bowl, that not the one that happened, or maybe it was the one that happened a couple of years ago. It would have had to have been that one, right, chat? Because I don't think, because the Eagles did make a Super Bowl with Cunningham or Jaworski or something like that, right? Am I crazy? Did they make a Super Bowl in the 70s or the 80s? Maybe not. Maybe they made a conference championship. What's the history? Yeah, 04 with McNabb. Yeah, 1980 they lost the Super Bowl. Who did they lose the 1980 Super Bowl to? Was this like maybe the Raiders? It was the Raiders. Okay, so I was thinking that I was like, was there a Chiefs-Eagles Super Bowl matchup that I forgot about? But then that Chiefs Super Bowl that they won, that was like Super Bowl 3 or whatever, that was the Eagles. I don't even think were a franchise then. Oh, yeah, the Eagles, OG franchise, 33. My bad, Philly. But they were not, you know, the Vikings and the Packers, the other NFC greats of the late 60s. 2nd and 8, Hurts. He has time. Clean pocket. Wide open, Goddard. The coverage, the zone coverage from Kansas City is not working to start, chat. It's getting torched. Guys are running open. Hurts is definitely having time, so that's a part of it. And Spags, it takes him a second to dial up the pressure, you know. Takes him a second to get the game plan worked in. But this was Sam's worst fear. Barkley on the outside, again stopped. The problem is going to be late in the game, chat. Because in that first Super Bowl, you didn't have the confidence to stick with the run game. You had the ability to have a good run game, but you didn't have the guy to go. Barkley is the NBA equivalent of like a go-to scorer, where last year your running backs weren't go-to scorers, and you didn't feel like, and I'd have to, remember exactly how much they went away from the run game to end the last Super Bowl, but you're just not going to go away from Barkley in any situation. So late in the game, the offensive line, as that continues to batter, bruise this defensive line at Kansas City, we'll see if that holds up, chat. But this is a good pace, especially if we can get this first half over with quick. A good entertaining, nice long second half. Pause, but come on, Kendrick Lamar. Let's hurry this thing up. SZA. We want to see SZA, chat. We want to see Kendrick Lamar. Oh, and he had Goddard again. More flags. Kansas City shooting themselves in the foot this time. But Hurts missed Goddard. Hurts is going to need to be pretty perfect in this game for I mean, if they win the game, Eagles fans are obviously going to... Ooh, McDuffie's going to get called for the shot to the head. Pause. Brady says he doesn't like it, but that one honestly seems pretty obvious for how they call it now. Like, Goddard kind of semi-defenseless going over the middle of the field, and he's at least, the arms and the forearms and elbows are colliding with the head and neck area. It makes sense as a call. Again, they just see pause activity to the head, and they're going to get a flag, but calling it tight here to start. Hurts is technically still 3 for 3, though. That's not going to count in the stats. Clutch for the memory bank. People aren't going to remember. Oh, and the turf monster got to Barkley there. It looked like he might have had a little bit of a gap, but obviously the KC defensive line is doing better in run defense than they are in pass defense to start. Which is probably more important, but still. You would have thought it would have been the other way around. You would have thought you wouldn't really, and the pass rusher, like we're saying, it's going to be there later because of the blitz and because of what Spag's going to die out because of pressure. And my feet are kicking over the spread right now, Chad. It's the Super Bowl. I hope you guys got a big pause. Whoa, a big spread going's crazy. But you know what we mean, Chad. The charcuterie boards, the pretzels, the grapes. I don't know what you guys... The buffalo wings. He got Barkley! Or not Barkley. Who's this? A receiver? Who is this? First touchdown. Dotson! First touchdown prop on Dotson. That had to be like 80-1. Jahan Dotson. From Washington to Philly. On the outside. Hurts with time. Hurts outside of that shot that was a little high. That last throw has been perfect to start. Oh, they're going to call him down, chat. A big move for the bettors. A big move for the bettors. Do we still have time to look at first touchdown odds? It's going to be reviewed, but it's going to be overturned. They tackled him a little bit short. They haven't even added it up on FanDuel, so I don't know if the Tubi lag is a little bit behind right now. But do we have time to get first touchdown scores? Okay, I don't think it's going to give us first. But it'll give us touchdown score just live in general. Barkley and Hurts are off the table. All the Eagles guys are off the table right now, so they're just locking it down until we get an official review from the results here. But did we go through that bingo card? We did. And oh yeah, I wanted to say about should we mention the halftime performance as well too, chat, because of course we are looking forward to that. And I saw that his set had gotten leaked, but I didn't see what his set was going to be, but I saw the people saying that his set had been released out there in some way. And I'd heard that it was a lot of the songs from GNX, which I know a lot of people, we could do our hypotheticals of what we could want Kendrick to do for the halftime show. And the Kendrick catalog is, obviously we know it's one of the best in just hip hop in general. It's one of the best in music in general. And there's so many different ways and different paths that he could go with it for picking songs. And, he could go like, is it going to be a storytelling show? Is it going to be a hitch show? Is he going to have and dip off into some of these melodic directions? How far back into the catalog is he going to go? Is he going to try to pay homage to all this stuff? But to be honest, if he does stick to the GNX track list for the most part, I think that is totally okay. And you know, for one, that GNX track list is just amazing in general. And there's, you know, enough songs on there where you're like, yeah, I could hear all these and I just want to hear these and it would be great. And if you look at like what Beyonce did as well too in her halftime show, I know, you know, I don't know how comparable the Netflix halftime show actually is to that Super Bowl halftime show, you know, the Christmas one. I know it was being kind of propped up as a mini version of that, but still, it's not quite the same thing. I mean, we'd have to go back and look at the numbers. I think the numbers were impressive for that. So maybe it is, you know, in the same sphere, but okay, we're back in, chat. And that's Justin, and not Justin Watts in the corner. Is that the corner's name? Getting beat by Dotson on that pause. But when Beyonce did that Christmas, oh, and now they're gonna go tush push. Okay, tush push, not on the bingo card. But this obviously could contribute to our DEI touchdown. Hurts, Powers, too much. Unstoppable. The first 6 points on the board for Philly. Does Sirianni decide to go for 2 right away? We shall see, chat. But, yeah, again, to Beyonce, like, she kind of stuck to most of that Cowboy Carter stuff because that's what she's going to go on tour with coming up next. So Kendrick is about to embark on the stadium tour with this GNX album, and I'm sure it's a stadium tour. The Mr. Morale tour wasn't a stadium tour, right? It was a high-grossing tour for a hip-hop tour, the highest of all time, I believe, at the time. But I don't think it was like a full-on stadium tour the way that this one is. So you know he's going to show out and dip back into the catalog in a major way as well, too, just to enhance the level of the performance. Jake Elliott, missed field goal right here. Lock it in. Oh, perfect, chat. Right down the middle. 7-0 Philly. Okay, we're not surprised. The other prop that, of course, I was really liking from that pod, Simmons pod, was the Cousin Sal special. The old Philly to win the first half. KC game is not a bad little move as well, too. So we're right on pace for that. But I don't know if it's me personally. Like, I guess I don't know, you know, how Kendrick fans, like, how they're consuming his music. But I love going back and watching the pop-out. And there is a YouTube video where the whole pop-out is on there. I know it's not on Prime anymore, which I don't understand. They put it up on Prime Live, obviously, at the time. You'd think it would just be a great thing to have on the library and go back and watch. Same with the Mr. Morale in the Big Steppers Tour video. Like, that video used to be on Prime, and it's just not there anymore either. At least it hasn't been. Should we double check? Because if it is, chat, we might have to go back and watch it after this. After the halftime. I mean, either way, it's not the Colts winning the Super Bowl, and we're going to be a little upset about that either way. But if Mr. Morale... And I don't think that this one is not on YouTube either. There's not like a full version of the Mr. Morale. Which, if we had to choose, of course, the pop-out is so iconic that, you know, we just would have to choose the pop-out. There's just no way that we're taking any other thing. But let me see here. Okay, we've got the music videos. Is this not on his IMDb? Where'd it go, chat? Oh, well, either way. I just go back and watch that so much. And I remember thinking at the time, like, obviously the pop-out was, like, you know, such an amazing thing. But it was like, okay, he did obviously go and use, like, a lot of the major songs in his catalog. And he does... Did he have the Super Bowl? He didn't have the Super Bowl announced at that time, I guess, did he? So, I guess maybe I'm retroactively lying to myself about what I was thinking. But it's just like he used a lot. He did use a lot of those big major hits on the pop-out and a lot of his older catalog because GNX at that point hadn't been released. Maybe he had the Super Bowl, but hadn't had GNX out. Maybe that's what it was. No, because he released the Super Bowl. He announced that week 1. To start the NFL season, so pop-out was in the summer. But anyways, it's just like this great thing to go back and rewatch, and you can get that version of the Kendrick Lamar set out there. And if he wants to keep this to like a more GNX centric performance, then I mean, by all means, that'd be pretty sick. And you know, there's a couple of like newer songs as well too that I think could be sleepers for him to perform. Like, I was seeing odds for some of the highest odds for people that he would bring out would be Future and Metro Booming. So if he did like that, which I don't believe he did at the pop-out. Can we pull the pop-out set up, actually? Chiefs driving, 3rd down. The Chiefs offense are this is going to be their boring phase, so we'll see, of course, if they're able to break out of it and make the comeback later in the game is ultimately going to be the question, of course. But I don't believe he ended up performing like that at the pop-out. So that one, if he's not trying to double dip, because I think Kendrick would want to give us a new experience as well, too. And maybe that's what I'm remembering thinking, chat. Mahomes pressured on 3rd down, gets it away, but it's incomplete. So 3rd and 3 from their own 40. They could definitely go for it. Oh, Mahomes, they're going to play the field position and punt. Okay, Sam, he's shaking in his boots next to Papa Price right now. You can feel it, chat. You can feel it getting close. But maybe it's when he has announced the Super Bowl, I was thinking, okay, what is he going to do for us? Oh, he did perform like that. Okay. So maybe that one is even off the table as well, too. But either way, let's see. I guess they're punting here, chat. Will it work out? A bounce at the 1 into the end zone. The touchback doesn't really help them in that decision. I mean, they're still on Philly's side of the field, so at this stage in the game, again with Spags, waiting probably to dial up the pressure. It's like, let's play the field position. But, yeah, some of the songs that I was thinking that were on the table. So if you wanted to go back into Good Kid, Mad City, he didn't perform backseat freestyle on the pop-out. Or actually, here, let's look at this. So, I was looking back at some of the old Super Bowl sets just to remember like exactly how many songs they get, and it is going to be in that. I think some of the lower end was like around 9, the higher end was like around 13, so you're going to be in that range. Obviously, you know, it's going to be around a 15-minute set, but if you're just looking at it out of G and X of what he could perform, just going in order of the album, if he's going to do Whacked Out Murals, Squabble Up, Luther, I think Man at the Garden honestly might be on the table because he was talking about that. I don't know if you guys checked out the Chalamet interview at all that they were doing when he was cruising around in the GNX, but he was really talking up that record, obviously one of the best lyrical cuts on the album, and he was really saying that that one was one of the most meaningful to him because he really felt that one really spoke the most truth about where he was at in the moment. So I think we could get, especially if we're going through these quickly and we're getting kind of a, you know, what do they call it? Like a, when you cut them all together. I don't know why I can't remember the term, but when we're just getting all these songs like back to back to back, short versions of them like that, like I think we could see a little bit of Man at the Garden, but I think that's a questionable one. So at least the first 3, like Whacked Out Mural, Squabble Up, and Luther. Reincarnated, I think, would be fun at a halftime for sure. TV Off, lock it in. I've been bumping Dodger Blue a lot, so I think if he pulls out Dodger Blue at the halftime, it'd be great. But that one's one of the ones with kind of a few features on it, and I don't know if he's going to perform that one. The other ones that we mentioned are kind of all solos except for the Luther with SZA, so it makes it really easy for those to just put those into the set. And then I think we get the Heart Part 6 as well, too. Obviously, that's on the table as like a Black Hippie reunion moment. So could he bring out Ab Soul? Could he bring out Schoolboy Q? Could he bring out J-Rock and, you know, just the rest of these guys? Who knows? But as another solo track on the album, I think that one we could say is a safer bet for it to be on there. So we're looking at least 5, 6. Because TV Off has Lefty Gunplay on it. So does he bring out Lefty Gunplay surprisingly at the Super Bowl? Maybe he does, chat. Or maybe they just are able to get the crazy, scary, spooky, hilarious by themselves. Or do they even get to that part? Who knows? But, yeah, we're looking at least 6 from that album. And again, if you want to throw Dodger Blue, if he wants to stick to the album, again, I didn't see the release version of the set. So, did I just draw on myself, chat? I think I might have. if like Hey Now is in there as well, and like a shorter version of Peekaboo, like I wouldn't be surprised if he was really just doing this full thing in general. And then but if we just stick to those 6 tracks, we know that you're also bringing out SZA. So I think All the Stars, of course, is, and just as one of Kendrick's most popular songs in general, like I don't think that one I mean, it does get brought up a lot, but you don't think about it as well, too, when you're just like, what are the most streamed Kendrick songs? I think you always think of, like, Humble, and you think of stuff off of that album first, and especially, like, you think of Not Like Us now. But All the Stars is almost at 2 billion streams right now, and just one of the higher streaming hip-hop songs of all time in general. So it's like that one kind of has to be out there at the Super Bowl, and as like a T'Challa or like a Chadwick Boseman type thing as well, too, would just be kind of a sweet memory to have him out, to, you know, have the memory of him in that movie as well, and just his career and his life on that big stage would be a great moment. So that gets us to at least 7. So do we go 3rd and 8 here, chat? Real quick. I guess we should pay attention to the first quarter of this game. But there's only 3 minutes left, and then the second quarter, and then we're finally there, chat. Halftime. Okay, checks it down, and again, picking up the 3rd down. Again, it is Devontae Smith working on McDuffie. The quickness of Smith. The footwork, chat. Speedy little Smith. He can't keep up. McDuffie can't keep up. Oh, Chris Jones. Moving the line. Hurts just making a good decision, getting it out quickly. 6-1 on the first downs as they show on the graphic. Hurts genuinely outplaying Mahomes to start the check down. I mean, the defense for Kansas City right now is going to be getting raked over the coals by Kansas City fans if they lose this game for this first quarter performance. The check down, and it's the quick decisions. You know, Kellen Moore, he's a head coach now for New Orleans. He's a high-level guy. We get it, but these guys are wide open. I feel like am I echoing Brady? I feel like he just said the same thing. Sorry, Brady. We'll let Brady do the $300 million job, I guess. Hurts up the middle. Don't fumble, Hurts. Hurts getting hit on these runs is going to be a little tense for Eagles fans. They're going to get some deja vu. I think the fumble was a sack fumble last time, but still. Again, going back to the Kendrick set, though, a backseat freestyle is potentially on the table. 2nd and 1. He did Mad City. Barkley up the middle. He picks it up. So, yeah, he did Swimming Pools already. Did, what else did he do off this album? Yeah. Did kind of the major banger hits and Money Trees, of course. I thought we said that already. But, yeah, Money Trees as well. And he did do King's Dead off of the Black Panther album in the pop-out already, too. So if he brings out, again, you know, bring out Future, you could potentially knock out some King's Dead and some like that verse as well. But I think you could, if you're just going to do that album, potentially just stick to All the Stars. Do we see any T-Pap in the halftime? This is going to be an interesting one because he did King Kunta and All Right. He burned them both at the pop-out. Again, not saying burned them, but, you know, they were both in the set. And those would be kind of the stadium-y ones that you would bust out for this. I mean, obviously, any of the other great songs off this album, any other Kendrick fan is going to love them being performed. But at a Super Bowl halftime, at this level of a venue, I don't know if maybe it gets left off. Maybe he goes with like sort of the single version. Or I was thinking maybe he starts with Wesley's Theory. Like Wesley's Theory is his best intro. And I don't know what he is planning from a storytelling thing. But then again, if you're sticking with GNX, like if he's starting with Whacked Out Murals, that as an intro is kind of crazy. It'd be a great way to start just a stadium set. Like obviously Wesley's Theory is a great song, but to get the energy right for a potential halftime show, like maybe you could argue Whacked Out Murals is better for that anyways. And what are, like, yeah, I mean, obviously, you know, Shireen aka Master Splinter's daughter. Like you're not, you know, busting that out as the intro track. From Good Kid or, you know, Blood. You know, if you're going to do DNA, what are you counting as the intro tracks here? You know, if Good Kid, if you want to go down to, you know, Don't Kill My Vibe, maybe you run that one in as well, too, which is on the table. I don't think he did that one in the pop-out. Yeah, so I guess that and Backseat Freestyle are both on the table, which heavy hitters for sure. So for putting those two with the 6 that we got from GNX, you know, we're at 8 right there. I think, unfortunately, T-Pap is going to get left out. Again, maybe King Kunta and All Right. Like, maybe All Right's just in this because it's All Right. Like, I'm not against that, obviously. But maybe it gets left out. And maybe again, he did humble already. What do we got? 1st and 10, last play of the first quarter. Hurts rolling out, and that's the first sack of the game. Technically a tackle for a loss, kind of on the rollout, but it'll go down as a sack. 7-0 Philly. What was the score at the end of the first quarter last time? Feel like are we just rewatching the same game, chat? Is this just a rerun? Tubi's known for their old reruns, so I don't know if this is actually the new Super Bowl or the old Super Bowl that we're watching on Tubi. We'll just have to verify on social media a little bit later, but again, if you're going to go, could he do loyalty or pride? If the production on pride at the Super Bowl in the stadium, that would just, maybe that'd be too much emotion for everybody. We're still at a football game here, but that would go super crazy. So you definitely could see it in the set, but if he wants to keep the energy a certain way, I think he used a lot of these songs off of Damn already that he used in the pop out with DNA and with Element, and he used Humble as well too on this one. So I get, Duckworth, if we're going with the storytelling thing, and XXX as well too, is a really fun song, is an aux song. But I don't know what the U2 sample clearance thing is going to be for a stadium too. I don't even know if that's an issue. Does he have to bring out U2 at the Super Bowl if he performs that song? I don't know, chat. But maybe we see that album left off as well, which would move us to Mr. Morale. And Mr. Morale was not in the pop-out, correct? Yeah, no Mr. Morale. And N95, I think, would be the obvious one if we were just going again with aux songs for this. Maybe Die Hard, but I doubt it. Maybe United in Grief as well, too, if that's kind of an earlier in the set. Could there maybe Savior? If he's bringing out Baby Keem, I guess Family Ties could be on the table as well. We should mention that. He didn't perform Family Ties in the pop-out. So if he's going to bring out Keem, it could be Savior if he's trying to tell a story, but if he's trying to have fun, we could see Family Ties. So do we have to save a spot for that? Because we haven't really added a song yet. We're still at 8 songs. So we could bring some of those songs back in. But then again, we know he's also going to do Not Like Us. So that puts him, that's at 9 songs right there. So that's the kind of the minimum of what you would need. So you could almost leave Mr. Morale off as well. And then, I guess we did add All the Stars. So we're at 10 songs with All the Stars. So that's kind of your set right there. If you just go, if you just go GNX and All the Stars, and then what do we say? Backseat Freestyle, Don't Kill My Vibe, and I think it was just those 3 extra ones. That got us to 9, and Not Like Us got you to 10 tracks. So the other sleeper pick, can we get odds on this? I don't know if there is odds, chat, but if you can find them, and if this option is out there, or if there's an other option or whatever, but since he is bringing SZA on tour, since SZA, of course, is a confirmed guest, the Kendrick SZA catalog, of course, we could go back through, the Control and the Z albums and see what their old songs potentially they could pull out, if they really want to go crazy. But do we get 30 for 30 at the halftime? Obviously, Luther is the big, like I said, All the Stars is the all-time duo between those 2 songs. Luther is the hot one, but 30 for 30 is, kind of right on pace with Luther. I think, is Luther at the point where it's, maybe it's contract? Is there some trade value where Luther is not overplayed, but it's so popular that 30 for 30 might be the go-to song if you're queuing them up between the 2, just because it's a little more fresh between the people? But maybe we see that. Hurts goes deep, and there's the pick, chat, on 3rd and 10. Brian Cook, Hurts going in the end zone. It's not even close. We're going to see that on Ghetto Gronk if the Eagles lose the game. Was that as bad as I remember? Tubi, give us the replay. Bolton, Spags dialing up the pressure as they cross midfield as they get closer to the red zone, chat. Spags might be the MVP of this whole run. Spags might be my favorite person of this whole run anyways. We'll have to see how this game plan and how just the cycle of this game continues to unfold. Any untitled, unmastered tracks are we going to get? in there? Probably not. And of course, you know, we could definitely obviously go through Section 80. There's songs that are worthy of being played, you know. If he's going to ADHD, if he wants to go super popular, if he wants to go with the rigor mortis and try to give us one of his OG good rapping performances. You know, if he wants to like throw Cole like a little like, hey man, it's cool. Let's do Higher Power at the Super Bowl. That J. Cole production. And I was seeing as well too some theories, of course, of the big three reuniting at the Super Bowl. Is he going to bring out Drake? Poetic Justice? A little Poetic Justice. Maybe he brings out Cole, does a song. I doubt that that's going to happen, chat. But it was a theory that was floated out there. Is it on the bingo card? No, I don't think we have the big three being reunited at the Super Bowl. I guess reunited, united, however you want to phrase it. There's not really been like ever even a big three sort of them together on stage doing a thing moment. At least not that I can remember. Chat, tell me if I'm wrong. But don't think that we're going to be seeing any of those guests be appearing anyways. But my guess is that's honestly, so like I'm saying, yeah, I'm lock in the GNX songs. The more I think about it, the more I say 30 for 30 might be performed. The more I say we might actually see that Kendrick and SZA duo continue to lay their discography out there for the fans. Is Sam in the chat, people? Sam, are you doing okay, my guy? It's looking tense right now. The Hurts pick was a big momentum swing for the team, but is the offense going to take over? Is it going to pick up the slack from here? Is the offense going to get back on track? Is Mahomes going to get back on track? Sam, do you believe in Mahomes? Tell us if you believe in Mahomes. Is Papa Price cheering for the Eagles just super loudly right now? What's going on? Papa Price, a famous Raiders fan, of course. Hall of Fame Raiders fan. Hates the Chiefs with every bone in his body. So pause. So the one time he might actually be a Philly fan, we will see, chat. Mahomes, he's going to have to go the length of the field. The Philly has already crossed the 100-yard mark for total yards in the first quarter. They have exactly 100 more yards than the Chiefs, and there's still about 100 yards more after that play. 0 yards. Uh-oh. Is Fangio the foil for Andy Reid? Can somebody look up Andy Reid's history versus Vic Fangio in big games? Is this the moment? Okay, the Chiefs fans not giving up hope yet. Even though Mahomes is 4 for 7 for 100 or for 19 yards and is again being outplayed by Jalen Hurts in a Super Bowl and is again being forced by Ron Torvik to win the game, but it doesn't matter. Kareem Hunt on the check down. 3rd and short. 3rd and short. Mahomes needs to keep the drive alive here, chat. And the line even moved a little bit favorably toward the Chiefs as well, which was it was a little like, okay, that was honestly the moment where I was like, maybe I actually am going to lean toward Eagles, you know? The minute the public makes a choice. But like we had looked up on Friday, it was the line, the money line anyways, was split 110 both ways, minus 110. But this morning, I think it had moved a little bit, like minus 108 to Philly versus maybe like minus 112 or something for KC. And is that Kelsey again? Uh-oh, Sam. Uh-oh, Kelsey. The reliable guys. Can Kelsey propose now after 2 drops? A bit of an off throw by Mahomes. Both guys not at their finest on that play. That's got to be the biggest gut punch to the Chiefs fans yet. You hate to see it because Kelsey's last drop was definitely on Kelsey, but that one was on probably on both of them. And Ariza from his own end zone. Off the foot, a little funny, chat. Not a booming kick. DeJean, he's got room. He's got room to run, the Iowa guy. The tackling has been good from Kansas City so far. That's one thing you got to say. So, again, it's the defense keeping him in the game. I mean, let's be honest. If anything, this does make us think that Travis Kelce's proposal is in the future because he's a little bit nervous right now. Something might be on his mind. He may be thinking about something. I don't know. The ring in the pocket, is it throwing off his balance? Maybe you need to keep it and trust it with a water boy, but something has got Travis Kelce distracted right now. He is not his normal self. Maybe that's the thing about Mahomes. He enters the league as a married man, or not a married man, but, in a relationship, high school girlfriend, college, I forget exactly, but, early on girlfriend relationship status, kind of has it already figured out in the league, doesn't need to worry about any of the dating, the flirting, the celebrity, any of that type of stuff, and is just able to focus on the football. He doesn't need to worry about proposing to his wife in the middle of the field at the end of a Super Bowl. He's already gotten that taken care of. But I guess they did get engaged and married and stuff while he was in the NFL already. So, he's been in the Super Bowl every year. He could have chosen a year to do it. So, he maybe not gravitating toward the big stage the way that Kelce has. But, yeah, Sam, I don't know, brother. I do not know what to tell you right now. The sloppy play. The only thing to tell you is the Eagles offense turning it over. Hurts maybe looking a little bit sloppy. And Hurts as well. Hurts is a bit of a confidence guy. Like Hurts, he needs some momentum. He needs a string of good plays. And Kellen Moore and the play calling could definitely get him back on track. But, you start making mistakes, and is Hurts going to get a little wobbly, Chad? Is the decision-making going to progress from here? How is Hurts able to overcome that interception? Because Mahomes will be fine. Like, if Mahomes is playing bad this entire game like this, even on this last drive, Sam will be sitting there in the bar next to Papa Price just going, I know Mahomes can at least play well for one last drive, but if Hurts has some moments, chat, if Hurts, the confidence starts to slip, who knows? And listening to the intros as well, too, I had some other, of course we were bumping Kendrick as well, too, before the game. So we had some other stuff going on. And we've been bumping a lot of NWA today as well, too. Not just because we were on the West Coast vibes, but because we did get our first police stop of 2025. It's just what it is, chat. Were we totally to blame? Like, the taillight was out, but at some point it's like, what are we doing here? Like, who are we protecting and serving? I'm just a guy driving around with a bad taillight, just taking a little bit too long to get it fixed. That's the only thing going on. But, of course, it's, always seems like it's a bigger deal when the police are pulling you over. And then he's like tinted windows as well, too. There's, a bit of a target. You start laying out the case and you're like, yeah, guy with driving around tinted windows, headlight out, going to the gym early in the morning, probably going to be a little bit of a target. And, again, going to the gym early in the morning, had I probably been speeding and rolled like 3 or 4 stop signs before that, yeah, I probably had deserved ticketed at some point on the drive. But by the time we had gotten around to the cop, it had like worked out. We were like driving pretty well. But then and he'd like pull us over like last turn as well too, like right before the gym. So thankfully Sunday as well too. I don't know if we want to blow up our spot, but nobody is in the gym on Sunday morning. So I guess, Sunday morning is obviously after Saturday night, but usually it's pretty empty. So, nobody was just there and to see just the cop car follow us in. And speaking of following, Jalen Hurts being chased on 2nd and 11. Scrambling out and actually getting a positive gain from it, chat. But, there was only one guy in the gym that just saw us, I guess, drag the cop lights into the parking lot. So that guy must wonder what we're up to now. Because, again, it is early in the morning, so he's like, this just young kid in here early in the morning, probably being sketchy. The cops followed him in. Like, what kind of warrant does this guy have? But, luckily it was not that big of a deal. But, yeah, no, it was definitely NWA after that in the gym. Not the police. But shout out to Ice Cube, able to channel some of those emotions. And thankfully he let us off with a warning, so we can't be too mad. But again, it's like, you feel like he's nice. AJ Brown on 3rd and 7, unstoppable, chat. The back shoulder. Hurts throwing it up there. AJ Brown might be the MVP of this game, to be honest. Barkley, obviously, like we're saying, later in the game, the run game could turn. But A.J. Brown down the field, chat. I don't know. How do you cover him? They're going to have to start throwing the double teams his way. But, yeah, again, like, you feel like he's doing the right thing. Like, you're like, oh, he's being so nice, like, letting me off with the warning. And then it's like, well, wait, is it like, you know, is he really doing a great job pulling me over in the first place? But, you know, you always got to, like, pull the guy over just to see what you can get on him as well, too. It's not just about what you can get on him for pulling him over. Can you get some stuff on him? And then, you know, maybe you get a couple $1,000s worth of fines and some jail time. And, you know, now you're doing good business, chap. But, yeah, I guess thankfully he was like, yeah, not worth my time. I got to get going. So we made it out okay. Another third down. They are getting him into third downs. They are making him work down the field for it. 3rd and 5 as well, too. They're not necessarily giving him the tush push. They're not giving him the short yardage. They're doing a decent job. I mean, the defense is playing well. They're dinking and dunking. The offense, though, controlling the clock, this is probably what you want. Hurts on the keep, Chad. Can the defense get there? What a tackle by Reed in the open field. It's 4th and short. Are they in field goal range? Uh-oh, the bingo card. Are we on alert? Oh, nope, they're going to go for it. They don't trust Jake Elliott. Maybe that's the problem. Maybe we're not even going to get a Jake Elliott missed field goal in this game because they're just not even going to go there. They're just like every 4th and short in field goal territory is a go for it. And they're not. Oh, they are in field goal territory, chat. They could make this 10-0. They're on the 25. Again, not in their typical tush push short yardage range where you think that it's just an automatic go for it. Spags, is this where he dials it up and sends everything and makes Hurts make a move? This could be a touchdown for the Eagles if they're not careful. Oh, I think they were just trying to draw him offsides, chat. Okay, Jake Elliott, you're up, buddy. I mean, this is by far the most excited I've ever been for a halftime performance, chat. And I mean, you think about where we've been at, and I say that as well, too, as they show a promo. That's why that prompted that thought. But you think about, like, where we're at in our own lives and the artists that we have, you know, grown up listening to. Like, you don't think about the rise that it takes to get to this level, but, like, the Super Bowl is just another thing, chat. Like, even, you don't just get to the Super Bowl by being the hottest artist on the planet. Like, I mean, Kendrick definitely, that is a part of the reason that he is there now, but that is not the reason that you just get the Super Bowl. Okay, here we go. 43 yards. This is in-missable territory. Obviously, his postseason resume for his career is a lot, it's a lot better than what we've seen this season, but the field goal is up. There's a flag. Is that on the offense? Is that on the defense? Is it on KC? KC, did they just jump off sides? They got so eager to block what they thought would be super low. Oh, they got him with the false start. See, the Chiefs moved, but they didn't jump over the line. The refs. The refs. You know what, chat? They're going to give it to the Chiefs. I mean, I think that's a penalty on the Eagles, but is there the drawn offsides version of it? Okay, this pushes it to the 40s. This pushes it to the longer 40s. And now you're definitely not thinking, okay, we go for it. Because if you're 4th and short, you're probably going for it anyways, though. 4th and 8. 48 yards. You're still probably feeling pretty good. I think Elliott, once you get into 50, is where it really starts getting sketchy, chat. The kick is up. The kick is to the right. Oh! He snuck it in, chat. The Jake Elliott missed field goal. We're not going to get one right now. Maybe later. 10-0 Philly. Still a win for the Chiefs defense. Mahomes is still, like, if he goes down and scores, we're still right there. It's still all okay and still all well. But again, you just don't get to that level. I mean, do we need to go back and look? Like, I mean, you know, The Weeknd, Usher, Rihanna. I mean, the Dr. Dre, Snoop Dogg performance. You think about, like, Bruno Mars and Coldplay and Beyonce doing the Super Bowl and all these, like, just, you have to be the hottest artist in the world, and you have to be that for a long time. Like, Kendrick is obviously operating on a different level now than maybe he has before, but It's not like Kendrick, again, hasn't been a super commercial, super hot, on the billboards, charting super high. Like, he's been a dominant commercial artist for a long time as well. It's just now he is in the popular culture, even like we're saying, stepped up in even a bigger way. Where now, you may have not have quite put him on that A list of popularity artists. Like, the Good Kid, Mad City was having the Billboard run. Like, there was popular things that he was doing, but just with some of the sales, you would go, okay, like the all-time stuff that Drake and Eminem and some of these guys were doing, they're just from that pop culture radio, everybody knows this guy's standpoint. Like everybody knows this guy's songs. Those are kind of, there was like this tier A of guys, but now he's starting to move into that tier A. And again, you have to have the sustained greatness. Like, Sabrina Carpenter can't just get the Super Bowl after, like Charlie XCX and, these artists that are now just bursting on the scene. Like, Olivia Rodrigo could do the Super Bowl for sure if she like dropped her next album. Like, she's got the current star power to do it, but it's like, has she had quite the run to be able to do it? Like, Dua Lipa. I guess why we just name it all. Do we need to throw a guy artist in there as well too, chat, to balance it out? Like, even Cole as well too. Like we're saying, like, Cole couldn't do like Cole did the NBA All-Star game and it was great and that made a ton of sense. And Middle Child, I think that was like when it was in Charlotte, Middle Child was really hot at that point, and he was from a streaming anyways, like in a new peak that he had been with that song. But just the way that Kendrick has dominated, of course, now he's got now you're able to put this album out there and just do an album. And if you get to the point where you're like, I can just go up on there and do my album as a set, then you're in a really good spot. And honestly, maybe if we're talking like just doing albums, that Chapel Rowan album, or is it, hopefully I'm saying that name correctly, but that Midwest Princess album is like a really, not a hot take, but obviously an album that streams like crazy. It's one of the highest streamed albums right now. So that one, like, she could definitely go out there with that album, and I feel like most people would know the songs as of right now. But just again, a lot of times it's like, okay, they've had a couple of year runs and there's some sustainedness as well too to getting that spot. It's not just like we're saying a hot star, it's an established star as well too. And these stars have established themselves as at the top of the game now, but to establish in that sort of legacy standpoint, like, there hasn't been a non all-time person that has done the Super Bowl, right? Like, there hasn't been a one-hit wonder or somebody that you would go back and look at and go, oh, that didn't age. I guess, maybe from a political standpoint, we'd have to go back and look if there's some poor aging Super Bowls in there. But I'm just from their careers standpoint, like, everybody that, of course, has done the Super Bowl is a legend. Sacked on 1st and 10, Mahomes. That Georgia defensive line, that Eagles defensive line. Which team is it, chat? It's hard to remember sometimes. I guess we'd have to go back to some of these old Super Bowl halftimes. Tommy Walker? Are these like just marching bands and stuff? Okay, yeah, some John Bon Jovi. The Walt Disney Company. I think let's just go to like the 90s. Let's just go to like the late 90s. Yeah, look, Michael Jackson, Patti LaBelle. New Kids on the Block, Disney characters. Back-to-back sacks by the Eagles. Oh, no, Sam. Uh-oh. History is hard to make, chat. Pause. That's crazy, but you don't just walk out there and make history and just get a three-peat. The amount of good games you have to play and perfect games and in the moment and everything has to go right. 3rd and 16. Mahomes, you can never count out the magic. Immediately rolls out and fires down the field, and it's picked up! Mahomes, Deshaun, the rookie. He's going to take it all the way, chat. He's going to go all the way. It's 17-0. This is exactly what I said would not happen on Friday. I said there's no way it would be 17-0. And what do we have? Second quarter, 7 minutes left. It's 17-0. Did we have the Mahomes Kelsey crap the bed performance on the bingo card, chat? Wow. Wow. No, Sam, it's not like the Tampa Bay Super Bowl. Mahomes was good in that game. Mahomes does not see DeJean. And the young secondary. I mean, that was going to be the question. On one hand, you could look at it and go, oh, a rookie, a secondary of rookies, some young guys versus Mahomes. How does that look? I don't know. I like that matchup. Is this the Jake Elliott missed field goal right here? Chat, up and away. Right down the middle. Wow. Unbelievable, chat. You would think maybe those young guys and the experience of Mahomes in the big game, how does that look? But no, DeJean makes the play. Mahomes looks like he is befuddled and lost. Wow, chat. The Eagles are gonna be crazy in the streets tonight, chat. But yeah, I mean, look at this run, chat. I mean, there's just nobody that's not crazy, super, all-time great. Just, I mean, the Black Eyed Peas. Would that be the one? Like, are the Black Eyed Peas like still in rotation the same way? Maybe, but I think the big Black Eyed Peas hits are, of course, like major songs still. But yeah, again, like, for the guys that we would have grown up, the point being, it takes time as well too to just get to this level. Like, oh, whoops, sorry, chat. There's only, like, this is now the era and the age that we would get at to now where these guys could even start ascending to this level to be at the Super Bowl, you know? And I guess, could Jay-Z himself have done it? Could Kanye maybe have done it at some point in the past in his career? I mean, Drake obviously was probably popular enough to do the Super Bowl at some point. That wouldn't have been a disappointing halftime show. Maybe before the beef, but, you know, it's just those handful of guys that would have even have made it to this level. Like, I'm trying to even think about, like, who would it even have been, like, the one-hit wonder groups from, or like the groups that had, you know, not one-hit wonders, but the groups that maybe had like a couple 3-4 year run, 1-2 album run, the artists that, you know, just kind of had a short little run there at like the real top of the peak of the powers. Like, I mean, you think about like the Chainsmokers, it's like, yeah, obviously maybe they're popular in 2016, but are they going to get the Super Bowl? You know, it's like maybe we have to see some run here before we actually start putting you in the halftime of the big game. But that's what I'm saying. Like, Kendrick actually had, now we're in the era where these artists that were at this age when we watch these artists grow and mature and develop, and now they're actually can start taking on these things. Pause, you know, with the puberty talk, I guess. But and, you know, of course, the next generation of guys now that Kendrick has or is going to do the halftime, of course, that could open up the world for, you know, it's like a guy like Travis Scott going to get a first look going forward as in the hip hop world as a bigger streaming artist. You know, Eminem is probably, because again, it's got to be, it seems like they would probably want to gear it as well too toward a guy that's touring with an album, like an established guy that is dropping something to promote. Because again, they did it with The Weeknd, they did it with Usher, they're doing it now, of course, again with Kendrick. I guess at least off the pick six, you get the ball right back. Is that any consolation if you're a Chiefs fan? Just try to make this a 10-point game anyways. Because that's still the thing. Again, 17-0. It's not looking good. I know Sam was saying that he was probably not going to take any shots during that game, but we know that's changed as of right now. It's 17-0. So you can see the man's sobriety slow. I can just feel it slowly slipping away from here in the Midwest. But even on, like, this is really the killer drive for this first half right here. If they go down, you know, 3 points, it makes it 14-7. Is still a little like, but 10-17, you know, as long as you're in that 10 to 14 point range going into half, you get the ball to start the second half. Trick plays, Eagles swallowed up right away. This game's over, chat. We'll watch the halftime and then we'll go, we'll just go, you know, take a lap around the neighborhood or something. This be nothing to do after this. I guess we'll just go see what else is on Tubi. Dirty Dancing? They didn't take it off after the Super Bowl, did they? Fire it back up. Bingo card not necessarily on fire either through the first quarter and a half. Jake Elliott, I thought maybe we'd get that one out of the way early. He let us down, chat. Let Pod down. Okay, Pacheco. Pacheco's going to make this 3rd and 8. Sam says, just like I was worried about, too much talent on defense. The defensive line is kind of destroying right now. The defensive line is a little bit too much. Mahomes on the rollout, though, was able to avoid the pressure. The problem is that was just a bad throw. That was a bad throw across the field into coverage. Mahomes gets away with throwing across the field so much because he's Patrick freaking Mahomes, but that's always been a bad throw. So I know we're not going to do the retroactive, oh, Mahomes has always been making bad throws. I'm just saying that, yeah, maybe if he's going to get bit every once in a while, he gets a talented defense. You're not surprised. Swarmed, swallowed, sacked again on 3rd and 9. This honestly might be worse than the Tampa Bay Super Bowl. This might be worse. And I don't think we would have seen that. And Mahomes a little shaky on that pressure rush. Like, obviously the talent is there. They're beating their guys one-on-one pause. Like, they're getting pressure. But, again, the Chiefs' offense is rattled. The Chiefs' defense has played well. I mean, again, that was a pick 6 on that last score. That 7 of those points are directly from Mahomes. This offense is feeling like it's made a couple of deep playoff runs at this point. It's feeling like an offense that is 3 Super Bowls in. This is feeling like that playoff series Raptors versus Warriors, where you even go back and look at that series, and obviously their Chiefs aren't having the injuries. You know, Kelsey's not tearing his Achilles, and Chris Jones on the other side's not tearing his knee like Klay Thompson. Like, they're not injured, but just that, like, okay, it feels like everything's kind of breaking down. This is the it feels like everything is breaking down game from Kansas City. It feels like all of the success and all the good luck and all the karma and all the energy and emotion of that. I mean, we kind of saw that after that AFC Championship game. I think, you know, me and Sam were both kind of looking at that team going, the celebration and the triumph of getting back to the Super Bowl felt a little bit more special than it had in the previous, because even the start of this three-peat was the second time that they'd been to the Super Bowl. This was not this would be their 3rd Super Bowl, but this would be Mahomes' 4th Super Bowl. So that first of the three-peat was them getting back, and it was still like, yeah, it was still that emotion for them, but they were still on a mission of winning. And, you know, Sam has been saying all year, like, this is what they've been preparing for. They've been preparing to get back to the Super Bowl, but you can just see that. You can see that mentality, chat. Maybe they just maybe you don't even realize subconsciously that you've let up, but the Eagles also have a chip on their shoulder as of having directly played them, and we've got our first officially weird commercial of the Super Bowl. What is this? Is this whipped cream? I mean, this cold foam. Coffee make cold foam. This guy just ate out a cold foam bottle and his tongue detached from his mouth and like went up into the galaxy. I'm not really sure what they just paid $8 billion for, chat, but I mean, it was memorable. We will remember the cold foam commercial. I'm never going to look at cold foam the same when I'm never shopping for cold foam. I'm not a teenage girl, chat. I'm not a Starbucks guy. And even if I was a Starbucks guy, I don't know if I'd be a cold foam Starbucks guy. I think we'd just be sticking to pretty basic, you know, iced coffees, black coffees, keeping it pretty straightforward. But this is quickly crumbling before the eyes. And the chat is agreeing with us. Sam is agreeing with us. Yes, I agree. The weirdest commercial ever. Sam, have you ever performed cunnilingus on a cold foam bottle? Let us know. Let us know how that works. It was kind of like to his own self as well, too. The own upper lip. I know the mustache is in right now, chat, but the cold foam stash is a bit of a pause. It's a bit of a pause. It's a bit crazy. I'm honestly surprised that they allowed that for FCC purposes. I'm not making a political statement. I'm just saying that in any way cold foam on a face might be a little bit much for a commercial. So does this mean Cooper DeJean is the leading MVP getter right now? What are the Jalen Carter stats looking like? Is there like a double sack artist, right? Because Mahomes, I feels like he's got 6 sacks, pause, up until this point. Let's see, Chad. I guess we could look for you guys too. We'll pull up the box score over here. Yeah, Barkley's only averaging 3 yards a carry. It might be Hurts, but Hurts has the pick. Hurts doesn't even have a touchdown. I guess he has a rushing touchdown, doesn't he? 7 for 23 and a rushing touchdown. Okay, so maybe it's Hurts. So Sweat's at 1.5 sacks right now. Jalen Carter not on the board yet. Okay. So it's Sweat causing Sweat making the Chiefs sweat, chat. I mean, it was right there. It was one of those things. Once we say it, you're like, okay, that's too corny. But if you don't say it, then it's too obvious not to. It's like the check down. It's like, oh, okay, you're doing a check down. But hey, we just picked up 8 yards. Like, got to keep the ball moving sometimes. Josh Sweat making the Chiefs sweat. It's just what it is. He's got 1.5 sacks at the 4:20 mark. Shout out. We missed the old 6-9 earlier, but I guess we can catch it later. Are there any other numbers we need to be shouting out? This is what we're going to get to, chat. Philly has got us. A.J. Brown might start reading, and it might be for a good reason. I thought we were going to get that on there as Hurts maybe is a little bit rattled and not making the passes. But A.J. Brown might start reading on his own accord. They might not need him anymore. It might be 30-0. Okay, there's a sack, and it's 1st and 20. There we go. This might be the drive killer down right here for him. But they've been such a ball control offense through the first part of the half here that they've really chewed up a lot of the clock. Chat, and they chewed up so much of the clock that I just now realized we're 2 minutes away from the Kendrick Lamar halftime performance. I mean, Sam, I'm sorry, buddy. I'm sorry that you're going to have to watch the Chiefs get absolutely smacked down in the first half, immediately followed by the Drake getting dissed on the biggest stage in entertainment. But some nights are just like that. You know what? You've got a wedding in 2025 on the way, so I guess not everything's perfect. You know, it's the good over here, and the Chiefs are going to lose the Super Bowl. You'll get married, but Drake will get dissed. It's just, you know, you can't have everything. It is what it is. He's got he's got the weather of California, or I guess, you know, San Francisco anyways. Obviously, shout out to LA. But he's got the weather of California, but in the chance of a three-peat, Mahomes is going to throw a pick. It's just what it is. He's got good restaurants and a vibrant nightlife, but A.J. Brown just keeps mossing the outside corners. It's just a yin and yang, chat. Life is just a balance. And unfortunately, you know, Sam's been on the come up the last couple of years. He's been on the rise. He's been grinding professionally. The move, you know, he's been settling in. I'm sure he's had his tough times, but he's always had the Chiefs to go, hey, you know what? At the end of the day, they're going to win the Super Bowl. But now it's flipped. Sam's on top and Mahomes is the one that's going to have to go home and pause. Anyways, what we said about Sam. But Sam's on top of the podium, and Mahomes is going to not be, unfortunately, for the year. So, I mean, like we said, you know, in one sport, chat, we have Wembanyama. In the other sport, we have Anthony Richardson. It's just a balance. It's a balancing act. It's just, you know, what other things out there are there besides yin and yang? Good and evil? I don't know, you know, I guess that's a little aggressive for Anthony Richardson Wemby comp, but you know, sometimes you have a prospect that you go, he's generational, and sometimes you have a prospect that you go, hey, you know, will we be drafting a quarterback in 2026? It's just what it is. I don't know. Mahomes 5 for 10 and 24 in a Super Bowl. Can we work? Sam, how many shots have you taken so far? Can we start working out a little Mahomes for Anthony Richardson deal? Is there a trade in the works that can be made? If Nico Harrison was running the Chiefs, could we make a little Anthony Richardson for Pat Mahomes switcheroo? And I wasn't even paying attention there, chat. They got it back to 2nd and 10. Was there a penalty on the Eagles? Or on the Chiefs? That'd be another killer because that 1st and long. Okay, the pressure. Goddard is underneath. So I guess Spags, with as good as he is dialing up blitzes, he's just decided to go, we're not going to defend the Eagles offense 8 to 9 yards. They can have 8 to 9 yards of play if they'd like. Tranquil just totally sinking off the tight end there. I don't know what he's thinking. I mean, you're keeping everybody in front. You're putting him in a 3rd and 3, but what are we doing? What are we doing, chat? Okay, it's a 2-minute warning, so let's actually take a quick break now because make no mistake, we're not going to want to take a quick break during halftime. And we can also take a break now because it's 17-0 and the Chiefs, they're not going to make the comeback now. It's going to take some time, chat. So we've got time, but let's just take a quick timeout to get set for halftime, get set for the second half of the game. Do we update the bingo card? We'll be back, chat. Second half, 2-minute warning. Don't go anywhere. Okay, chat, the Chiefs defense gets another stop. I guess Jalen Hurts has another bad throw is really what it was. I know we were crediting the Eagles defense earlier, but, you know, now thinking about it as well, too. that Hurts interception was also, as much a bad throw as it was the Mahomes throw and as it was, a good play by the defense. But either way, they're going to get off the field. So 4th and 3, and they're going to have a minute 56 here to try to, like we said, at least get points on the board, but at least get it back into that 10 or, just 2-score range. Just in general anyways. But I'm pretty sure Kevin Burkhardt said, if I'm heard on that play correctly, I wasn't looking at the screen when the play happened because I was fidgeting with something in the back. But I'm pretty sure Burkhardt said everybody's coming, so I don't know what exactly happened, but apparently it was effective. And also we were out there, Eagles fan just walked by and just threw water on his chat. So they're already getting rowdy and they're already feeling the wind. Obviously, if you see these splash marks on our hoodie, we didn't spill on ourselves. We're a grown-up. We're an adult. We wouldn't do that. But these Eagles fans are crazy. In the Midwest, I mean, we're not, I guess, yeah, we're probably closer to Kansas City. They probably would think we would have more Kansas City affiliation, which, oh, Mahomes! Oh, no! Well, everybody is human. Even LeBron had the 2011 finals. Mahomes underneath in the red zone. Philly is going to go up 24-0. Make no mistake, they will score a touchdown here. I don't know if we can live bet that now, but we might as well just go ahead and do it. The Chiefs defense will be deflated. Going for Hollywood Brown across the middle, chat, and Mahomes. If you're a Chiefs fan, I don't know if this is the way you want to go down because that Tampa Bay game is so frustrating because you look at that game and you go, Mahomes, look at that. He's making these throws. He's running around. He's creating magic. You can still look at it and go, he's Mahomes. Like, if these other pieces around him are awesome, like, we just need to get Mahomes help. But if your star players are obviously having these type of games, there's just nothing you can do, chat. There's just nothing you can do. The defense has been carrying Mahomes this whole time, chat. Let the storyline start happening. They've been carrying Mahomes this whole time. They've been the core of the team. Mahomes versus Brady, what's the difference? Mahomes versus Brady. Brady had those early years, chat. Oh, and he got bumped as well, too, on that throw. Is that Josh Sweat again? So Josh Sweat forces that interception by driving the offensive lineman back into Mahomes. Josh Sweat, I mean, can we live bet him for MVP right now, chat? I mean, if we just want to go ahead and jinx the Eagles, we might as well. But, geez, he is just wrecking the game. This does, we compared this to the Raptors Warriors finals, which is obviously not a great comparison. But this game in specific, I think, feels a little bit more like maybe the Broncos-Seahawks Super Bowl, where the Broncos offense was just completely dysfunctional and turnovers really led to a lot of the points that the Seahawks scored there, and it got out of hand quickly. And Malcolm Smith was the MVP of that Super Bowl. Just like, shout out to Malcolm Smith, and there's the A.J. Brown touchdown that we said you could just go ahead and lock in. 24-0. Unbelievable, chat. The dominance. We did not expect this from Philly whatsoever. So they don't quite have odds for Super Bowl MVP up yet. I guess Brown's going to be in contention as well, too. We'll really just need to see the second half play out for who will win the Super Bowl MVP for Philly. 24-0. Is Sam even in the chat anymore? I think Sam is slumped over at the bar right now. I think the bouncers are currently dragging his body out. Papa Price is taking him home. It's 24-0, and Chiefs fans are down bad everywhere, chat. The three-peat is not going to happen. 90 seconds to halftime, chat. Kendrick Lamar, maybe the most lock it in, like we said, the most entertaining part of this game, but for different reasons. We were thinking, obviously for the high level that Kendrick would be performing at, not because the Eagles would just wipe the floor with Philly. Or with Kansas City. And that Seahawks-Broncos Super Bowl as well, too, I think has to be up there with, Broncos versus the the Commanders, but Broncos versus Washington would be the, I think, or was it? It was, or the other way around. Washington was the one that won versus the Broncos. I think that was like 55-10 or something like that. I think that was the largest blowout in Super Bowl history. But that's crazy, chat. We could be potentially talking about largest blowout in Super Bowl history territories, teams that have been shut out, teams that have just been absolutely dominated. I mean, this is crazy, and you don't feel like the team on the other side of that run, because again, that Broncos team was a great team, and they eventually did go on to win a Super Bowl, and that defense became a great defense, and it shifted what that team was from an identity standpoint, but they were still able to form a winning team. But that version of the team was still the first version of the team. Like, you don't see this team get dominated like this in the Super Bowl. Again, the Washington-Denver, we'd have to go back and look at where Denver was at in their run of making those early Super Bowls where they weren't winning with Elway. But again, even in those early Elway years, like, I think Joe Gibbs had been in a couple at that point with Washington. He had that familiarity. He was the most experienced. Oh, chat, we've got another distracting commercial. What is this? This commercial is literally just hits. What is this? This is crazy. What brand is this? Is there an implant? Clothes? Bras? It doesn't even matter, chat. It's a quality product, whatever it is. It's working well. I mean, between this and the whipped cream commercial, I mean, apparently you can just, the FCC is really laying off, chat. Apparently in Trump's America, you can just put whatever you want on these. Oh, shout out, chat. Breast cancer, shout out. Would make a ton of sense. Would have also been a great, like, Victoria's Secret commercial as well, but also maybe a better, maybe a better message that they're putting out there. So we'll take that as a win. But, like, Brady didn't get dominated like this in the Giants Super Bowl, They definitely got shut down for what they were, but they were still in that game to the very end. So, could they turn this around the second half? The adjustments Andy Reid would make would have to be pretty crazy, obviously, but I guess we can't rule anything out. But still, it's just a very unique performance from this Eagles team versus this KC team, which we still thought was going into the game, like we're saying, couldn't talk ourselves into this Eagles team in that kind of a way for them to have this performance. I know Sam said that this was his worst fear, but man, I just couldn't see this happening. I couldn't see Mahomes just throwing those 2 picks that he just did, to be honest, but you can't erase history, chat. So here he is, finally kind of keeping it and moving it upfield. A flag. It's probably going to get called back. The refs can start taking out all the revenge on the Chiefs now that they're down 24-0. You're like, the league has been telling us to call penalties against the Chiefs all year. Well, now it doesn't matter. Let's finally call the holding. The Chiefs are just going to get battered with penalties now. Oh, well, you can't do anything about that. It's literally just draped all over him. And that Tampa Bay defense was really good. Make no mistake. I mean, as they were dominant in that game, but that was still the type of, you came away from that game going, we need to improve our offensive line. I mean, the offensive line is not as strong as it's been over the past couple of years. They've lost some key pieces. So you're definitely back in that position. Pause. But this is also a look at the Philly defensive line and just going, this is incredible talent that they have acquired. Because Shaq Barrett was having an awesome year that year, and there's just like a couple guys that you're like, okay, maybe these guys are at the peak of their powers. But Jalen Carter, I mean, he's on the rookie contract. Nolan Smith on the rookie contract. There we go, chat. Back-to-back penalties. Illegal man down the field. This is like the argument. Now all the things are being brought up. This is like the Norm Macdonald joke where, well, actually, maybe this has nothing to do with it. Okay, I guess we'll cancel ourselves over a Norm joke. Shout out, though. Go watch Norm. But I don't know if it applies. We'll find one that applies a little bit better. That would have been a stretch to make the comp that we were just going to make, though. So we'll just save it for another day. What would have been the Mahomes 2+ picks prop on this game? 24 yards in the first half before that throw. He's going to be at like, he's definitely going to be, sub 100, but he could be sub 50 yards in this first half, chat. I mean, who is this guy? Anthony Richardson? This is an Anthony Richardson. An Anthony Richardson-like stat line for Pat Mahomes. As a Colts fan, I'm very used to seeing this type of performance. This is not fazing me any bit. 6 for 13 for third. See, the difference is actually Anthony Richardson is better at this type of game. The Chiefs might actually rather... Sam, you might actually rather have Anthony Richardson right now. Anthony Richardson can throw 2 picks but still be like 80 yards. Oh, incomplete, chat. DeAndre Hopkins is dropping passes. Everybody is not contributing. I mean, that's just right to him, chat. This is maybe the Chiefs fans are just going to forget about the first 2 picks and be like, oh, Mahomes, he's still a legend. They got to help him out. But nope. What do you do, chat? You basically just have to, run the opening kickoff back? I don't even think Andy Reid should do game time adjustments. I think he should just let them watch that halftime, let them listen to Not Like Us. He needs to just get in Kendrick Lamar's ear and like, hey, we need to hear Not Like Us like 6 times in a row. Like whatever you're doing at halftime, my guys need the motivation. We need Not Like Us on repeat. I need to get these guys hyped. Philly, they're not like us. We can come down from 24-0. We got Pat Mahomes. We're the champions. Yeah, see, they're matching that Super Bowl that we were talking about. That Super Bowl that ended with the largest halftime deficit was 25 points at half. Philly is at 24 right now. Unbelievable, chat. I mean, Elway was on the other end of that Super Bowl as well, so it's not like it was a wash quarterback. It's not like a quarterback's legacy is going to be affected by this. Like, Elway's still a top 10 quarterback of all time, top 5, however you want to do your list. Like, Mahomes is still the guy that he is. It's just not today, chat. Barkley on the run to close out the half. Casey's not going to take a timeout and extend this. Yeah, get off the field. Let's get Kendrick Lamar. Let's roll this stage out. Let's fire up the GNX. Riding with Anita Becker in the tape deck. Come on, chat. Let's get it. SZA. I know we're gonna be borderline copyright strikes, but we gotta crank up the volume, chat. Kendrick Lamar is about to perform. SZA's about to take the stage. We gotta make sure that we're at full blast. Pause. Chat, we thought we were in for a GOAT performance tonight, and we thought it was going to be from the quarterbacks. We thought it was going to be from our boy Patty Mahomes. But no, sir. I think it's about to be from our guy, Kendrick Lamar. Hopefully, Kendrick performs more like the Eagles' defensive line than the Chiefs. This is it, chat. The last commercial break. I mean, the fact that this actually has led to this moment is crazy. We haven't had a beef lead to this. I mean, do this, chat. Pause. I mean, think about the Jay-Z and Nas beef as all-time stuff. And, I mean, we got great records and great performances and legacies. And, I mean, the stories and all that stuff we can go back to and look at. But that ended with those guys on stage dapping it up. And make no mistake, that's very cool. Like, if at some point, if the big three gets back together and has a moment where they're all, you know, cool on stage, and like we're saying, having that moment where there's like a professional reconciliation of what their careers are and a recognition that this is the crew, that would be super awesome. But the fact that the story and the revenge and the arc has continued to this point and this peak, chat, is crazy. And I wish we could find a way to pull up the halftime in the background as well too, chat, but we're not pirating it, so we will maintain some professional integrity. At least IT said we have to anyways. But what do we got? I think Whacked Out Murals, like we were saying with GNX, was the favorites to be the intro song. So let's see what we get, chat. Halftime is here. And Kendrick Lamar is about to take the stage. SZA is about to join him, chat. Let's do this. Let's see what Kendrick is going to bring. We should have gotten on Twitch and we could have just probably gone live, pirated there, but shout out YouTube, shout out to the subscribers, shout out to the chat. This is the place to be. Kendrick Lamar in front of the TV is the place to be. Oh, we probably got to get the 3 or 4 minutes of banter between the guys. Shout out. Oh, Kurt Menefee with the killer line to open the half. The Chiefs would take 3 points instead of a three-peat right now. You got him. You got him. Shout out to Terry Bradshaw. A lot of retirements today. Terry Bradshaw, I think, is retiring. At least the guy at work told us that Terry Bradshaw is retiring. So hopefully that's good information. But today as well, too, in the NBA game that took place earlier, Bucks-Sixers. I mean, talk about the opposite of championship level play, chat. Giannis is out with injury right now, too. So we were just down to Kuzma versus Embiid. It's crazy that Kuzma versus, we have to say Embiid is on the side of a bad matchup. And he played well offensively in the first half, and they were still losing. It's just what it is. But Hubie Brown was on the call for the last time in his career, 90 years old, making his way through the broadcast. Incredible moment just throughout, having guys pre-game go up to him and throughout the game and throughout the broadcast and just be able to pay homage to the career that he had. It was an awesome thing to see. And, you know, not to get too real with it, chat, but you think about with a guy at that stage in his life as well, too, like, you're probably not just honoring him. Like, you know, some guys go into retirement and it's like retirement becomes a phase of their life. But Hubie Brown, like, was just a basketball guy through and through. And obviously, you know, Hubie Brown is still kicking it, still alive and well, and still love to see it. But when you're talking to a guy like that as well, too, you're probably, you know, speaking again from a full life perspective instead of maybe just a professional perspective as well. So it's just a real special moment to have everybody be able to confront Hubie Brown with the memories and with the impact and just with all those special things that he was able to accomplish in the moment. So shout out to him, of course, for the legendary run. Coach, broadcaster, I don't know what else yet. Player, I'm sure, at some level, just constantly involved in basketball throughout his time and constantly impacting. I think Mike Breen said that he probably taught more people about basketball than anybody that's ever lived. And if you think about, I mean, all the people that he coached, I'm sure throughout all the teams that he coached, but all the camps that I'm sure he was a part of and all these various things. But just, I mean, his run as a broadcaster as well, too, and just educating people every day, every game, every time he was on the broadcast, informing us and making us smarter about basketball. And everybody that tuned into those broadcasts was learning again because of Hubie Brown. And it's just like those numbers are, you know, insane numbers. And the years and the time that he spent and the crowds that he was in front of the TV cameras for was all-time stuff, chat. So you got to shout it out, and you love to see it. But, uh-oh. Is this it, chat? Do we got to, like, turn down the lights? I don't know. This is, like, cinematic. I mean, what is a bigger blowout right now, chat? The Drake versus Kendrick rap beef for this Super Bowl at halftime. It's tough. If the Eagles are up 24-0, I mean, Kendrick might be up. I mean, they might be in the third quarter as well, too. They might be in the fourth quarter. Might be a little bit more like an NBA series. Game 1, Game 2, Game 3 might be done. It might be 3-0 right now. But is this the kill shot? Or is the kill shot the album with PND that's going to drop next week? Drop this week, chat. We will see. I mean, this just shows you what is happening with these guys' careers post-beef. Travis Kelce, 0 receptions in the postseason for the first time in his career, chat. He's been the clutchest guy in that Chiefs room next to Mahomes and next to Chris Jones. Not tonight, chat. And again, it was the drops early, but it was Mahomes as well, too, with the picks later on that were just as costly. You see the GNX in the background. The world is about to see creatively what we're going to witness as well, too. Because, I mean, especially with Kanye, you know, unfortunately, I mean, obviously, you know, we're long into the Kanye run as well, too. But it just continues to, unfortunately, take turns and seems like it just continues to nonstop. Like, Kendrick is probably creatively, maybe live. I mean, he could make that case as the best live performer as well, too, in the game. I think Travis maybe has that belt right now, especially if you're factoring in the venue size. Like Travis, especially overseas and just, I mean, even here in America, I think he was doing MetLife Stadium. Like, he's doing stadium level stuff. He's 80,000 plus people at some of these concerts. And he's constantly able to put on a show and constantly able to live up to the hype. But again, Kendrick has always, just throughout his music, operated and always had a bit more of a connective storytelling thing going on throughout his music as well, too. So and if you saw the Mr. Morale thing as well, I know the pop out was a little bit more of a concert and a little bit more fun and a little bit more loose. And, you know, it was just kind of a pop out show. But if you saw the Mr. Morale tape, you know the storytelling and you know the cinematic value that his show can provide. Here we go, chat. I think we need to set the ambiance. I think it's only appropriate, chat. I think we need to dim the lights. I don't know how they're going to turn the world black and white for this, but I feel like it's going to happen somehow. Kendrick will be able to pull it off. Pause. Okay, chat, here we go. This feels right. This feels comfy. This feels cozy. This feels like... I don't know why we need to feel like we need to treat this like it's a movie theater style big screen production, but this just feels big screen, chat. Oh, right away, chat. The Apple logos never looked so cool. Here we go. Yep, we're getting that GNX start right away. Whacked out mural. Samuel Jackson taking the lead, chat. This is new, chat. This is new verse. Those were those vocals were that whacked out mural vocals, but this is a new verse. And this is a new song. He's giving us new material right away, chat. He just broke the betters. I guess you could have taken the other, but... Or am I crazy? Is this an old Kendrick that I don't know? Am I just a bad Kendrick fan? Let's Shazam this real quick. No song found. Yep. This is new Kendrick, chat. Shazam just confirmed it. This is the tiramisu! Shout out Jeremy Heck! Shout out the Big Bang Time! If I'm not crazy, I'd have to go back and listen to the clip, but I'm pretty sure that was the scream. I was stargazing. What's on? I need all my chat. I can't keep up. For the broccoli, high key, keep on. I mean, come on, see. I feel this is the good he's by me. Mr. Get off my feet! Hey, chat! There he goes! I mean, that GNX is gonna go crazy, chat. SZA's up next! Just get to SZA! Can we just get a SZA cam and just keep it on SZA the whole time? The simple stage chat, the GNX. I mean, you can't beat it. Pause. I mean, simple, that the one that he's on and the way that it's shot, but when they did that pan out as well too, it had that whole, there was like almost a tic-tac-toe looking setup. The choreography. The red, white, and blue chat. Whoa, Sam Jackson just said it's too ghetto. What is this, his character from Django Unchained, chat? Who is he playing here? No, Dave, I mean, okay, he's dipping back into the pop-out material. Yeah. We're getting humble. We're getting the head nod from the music video. Can I get this jacket, chat? What's this jacket that Kendrick has on? I didn't see, was this a team? I can't see what it says. I mean, Kendrick is also not just like we were saying, you know, just in general creative leader, but I mean, his fashion has been on point this whole run. We'll see how many of the lyrics I decide to rap along to. I'm just going to turn to LeBron halfway through and just start making stuff up. It's just what's going to happen. Be humble. Sit down. I will say he is using, we're not going to probably get a ton of songs. Oh, we're going to DNA. So he's bringing out the hits, chat. You love to see it. And like I said, I didn't actually look at the one that was leaked because I just wanted to see what songs were going to be played and experience it live. So I don't know if this was all experience. Oh, so it's just a PG Lang jacket? Let me get this PG Lang jacket. IT. Let's get that in the shop right now. Let's add that to the cart. Oh, Keem! He's going straight into his own verse from Family Ties. I don't know if we're going to get Keem. So if we're not going to get Keem, we might not get anybody else except for SZA. Or sorry, this is Euphoria. I'm tweaking, chat. The problem is I'm listening with earbuds in. I should actually listen to the songs. Oh, chat, Drake, take it on the chin, buddy. Pause. Oh, chat, man, down. Uh-oh. Is this another new one? Back to the Shazam chat. Yeah, it was a little Man at the Garden, but the Shazam said nothing, so I don't know if that'll be a full song as well, too, that gets a deluxe drop. But are we going to get a peekaboo right here? Yeah, chat. That vocal sample to start is crazy. Are we in a maze? Is this Weekend vibes? We're in the X now, chat. What is the tic-tac-toe? Is he playing tic-tac-toe with Drake? Is he got Drake in a checkmate at the end of this? Is that a chess saying? What's the tic-tac-toe version of a checkmate? What's his favorite? He wants to perform our favorite song, chat. Must it on the beat, ho? Is he going to do it now? Here we go. Here's Luther. Here's SZA. Kendrick crushing on the vocals. SZA's got to be dropping in right here. There we go. There we go. SZA! Yeah! Shout out SZA. Big fan. Love to see it. Oh, Luther! Oh, chat. I got to save every dime. I got to get to this stadium tour. I got to pull up to the nearest one. Are they going to be in Chicago? I think they're going to be Chicago, I think. Indy. I think there's a couple of Midwest spots. SZA, absolutely stunning, chat. I don't even know if we're going to be able to focus on the second half. Oh, here we go. All the stars. Just one of the great beats, chat, of all time. Are you going to get taken down? Hopefully not. IT, fight off the bots. Don't let AI get the copyright on us. I think the Chiefs, the only way they win this game is if they can get SZA just walking around in the on the Eagles sideline, maybe. I don't know what else you can do, Chad. Maybe get Kendrick out there, some autographs, some distractions. I think between Kendrick, Samuel L. Jackson, and SZA, you could really create quite the distraction between the three. Is this it, chat? Did we get there? He's going to tease this out. Oh, he's edging us, chat. Oh, you can try to rig the game, but you can't fake influence, chat. You can't fake influence. Any rep, you freak out. Go to ambulance, tell him breathe, bro. Walk around like Tizo. Do we say it for him, chat? Do we chip in? Too many options. Pass on his body. I'm John Stockton. God watch. Certified. I wanted up to score with him. Got the roll on him. Say, Drake. I hear you like I'm young. You better go to cell block 1. Just make sure you got your little sister problem. Certified lover boy, certified people! Done! I'm gonna do my stuff! Trying to strike a chord, and it's probably A minor! Do we get it? Run it back yet? They not like us! They not like us! Oh, they're not like us! Sammy's gotta be just absolutely crushed right now. The Eagles have killed the Chiefs. Kendrick is edging Drake. Oh, TV off, chat. Mustard! There he is, chat. Shout out. He did bring out Mustard. You got to bring out Mustard, the man that helped make it all happen. I mean, Mustard on the Beho, there's nobody else that was as influential. I mean, really, you got to rank him. Even above do you rank him above Metro in the beef chat? Producers in the beef. Metro, I know, had a couple more songs. I guess I'd have to go back and look at the Mustard credits on all the other tracks. I know, of course, Soundwave had his hands in some of the other tracks as well. But between the two of them, Chad, just the influence of the track alone. And between this and TV Off, I mean, great stuff. And the Mustard jacket, I mean, clean as well, too. The wardrobe on par. Unfortunately, there's a recession about to hit, so leather jackets being a trendy thing is quite a bummer, but it is what it is. Turn this TV out. Turn this TV out. All-time stuff, chat. All-time stuff. I mean, Kendrick Lamar will go down in the history books as one of the greats. We got Not Like Us. I'll have to go back and actually listen to what he said in that part where he says certified lover boy. We probably shouldn't have yelled it out on the stream as well, too, but sometimes you got to step up, chat, and just take out, you got to step in where it's needed. So it is what it is. Do we get the lights back on? Get back into game day mode? Well, what else do we now? What do we do now, chat? Because the rest of the game is going to be no fun. I guess, do we just hope? Is the league really cooking with the script this year? Are the Chiefs just going to really make an all-time comeback, chat? What is about to happen for the second half of this game, as it is, remember, 24-0? That halftime was so good, chat, that it made me forget that was a miserable first half to sit through and try to keep track of. But maybe the Kansas City offense is fired up by something that Andy Reid says in the locker room. Maybe they had the Kendrick songs pumped in and were playing them along with. I guess we missed out on Not Like Us played multiple times. It doesn't say, though, technically, do we bring the bingo card back up? It doesn't say technically, though, Not Like Us multiple times at halftime. So could we get Not Like Us at like a intermission on an outro for the commercials? Maybe it already happened and I just missed it. Chat, if we got Not Like Us earlier in the game, let me know. But chat. Does Sam need a shoulder to cry on in time of need? Apparently Papa Price, the Raiders fan, is not consoling Sam enough. Let's see if Sam wants to join, chat. Is there any way down 24-0 that Sam might want to hop in and complain about what he's seen? Do we power rank real quick what we think who's going to take it worse? Pause. Travis Kelce's got to be number one. Maybe it's Mahomes. The only reason I would put Kelce one is because we know that obviously the Kelce tenure is probably a little shorter to ending than the Mahomes tenure is in Kansas City, but Kelce is probably also Mahomes is probably also just so established at this point as well too. Like we're saying, that he's just going to be getting the benefit of the doubt from the Chiefs fans the entire time, even with the 2 picks. They'll go back and look and say, Hollywood Brown ran a poor route or something like that. But if there's any way that we can get a live reaction from a Chiefs fan down 24-0. Maybe will this be a moment like, remember when Chiefs fans were down 24? Because I guess they do have the Texans game in the back of their mind. Is there any thought of that? Is there any hope of looking in the history of the Chiefs playoff resume with Mahomes and some of the playoff comebacks and go, okay, maybe this is as desperate as it seems, but again, history's got to be made somehow. So if he's just going to make it with a dramatic comeback as well, then maybe that's part of it. I don't remember. I guess the Brady thing was 28-3. So 25 points is the largest deficit that has been overcome in Super Bowl history. We do know that. So can Mahomes match what Brady did with 20? I mean, imagine Mahomes, and this commercial is making me very uncomfortable as well too. These people literally have hats built onto it's their skin, like forming a hat out of their head. It looks very unsettling. But it was a Tubi commercial, so honestly, that's gonna change my relationship with Tubi a little bit. That was an aggressive marketing strategy. Unfortunately, it's one of the few streaming services that does have Love and Basketball on it, so we will be going back to it quite often. But just know that Tubi is we're looking at you differently now. Our view has definitely changed a little bit. But then again, you are streaming the Super Bowl with no hiccups so far in the first half. So I don't know if that's the fact that it's 24-0 and nobody's watching now. But it made it through halftime okay, chat. Do we go through Twitter real quick and see what the reactions for halftime are? Let's see if we can get a live. Is this the greatest halftime of all time reaction? Let's see what the people are saying. Because I remember when The Weeknd did his halftime, it was like right away. People were like, yeah, The Weeknd, this is like the great stuff. Kendrick getting Serena Williams to crick walk while performing Not Like Us is nasty work, chat. Literally Drake's ex crip walking to the diss song at the Super Bowl. What a nasty, nasty man, chat. He's a bad man. Drake is literally trending #2 right now because of this. This is the power that Kendrick has in the culture with this track. This is what Drake is missing with the lawsuit, chat. And this only proves his power. Serena Williams is literally trending 5 because of the Super Bowl halftime because of this. I mean, that just shows you what we're talking about and what we're dealing with Kendrick Lamar here. The man is a legend. The man is all-time stuff, chat. Twitter is ablaze. Twitter is set afire. A classic performance, it looks like, from our guy Kendrick Lamar. He did it, chat. He got to the biggest stage, and he performed at the highest level. It's all you can ask for from a legend. It's all you can ask for from a guy like Mahomes. It's just not happening for the Chiefs, apparently, though. But we will see. We will see. The streets saying it's the new 28-3. You never know. Are the Chiefs fans getting confident? If the Chiefs fans have even a little bit of faith, I would be kind of shocked. But not shocked. 24-0. I don't know. It's looked pretty bad, chat. It's not Mahomes' day. It's not Mahomes' day. We couldn't. I mean, that was part of it with Tampa Bay. You just looked at that game and just they don't have what it takes to overcome this. They just how are they going to counter this pass rush? Even if Mahomes cleans up the decision making as well too, the ball control from the Eagles has been really impressive. And again, a lot of the points they've scored have been off of turnovers, but it's been short field. They haven't had to chew up clock when they've had the long drives and they've had to use up the whole field. They've really done a great job of using the time that they've had in making sure that Mahomes is not able to get the ball back. And they're going to have to hurry it up, and they're going to have to rely on, of course, quick stops and quick drives on offense. But I just don't know if they have time, chat. Obviously, Mahomes might be able to overcome 24-0 if they started the game and you spotted a team 24 points. Like there's games where Mahomes could pull it off, but are we just turning into Collinsworth now on the broadcast? Well, against certain teams, chat, Mahomes might be able to make a 24-0 comeback, but It's like, yeah, chat, what are we doing here? What are we doing? 1 first down? They got 1 first down. Oh my goodness, chat. 1 first down is wild for the greatest quarterback of all time. This is supposed to be our GOAT, chat. This is our king. And he just picked up 1 first down and a half. The new 28-3. Do we need to go back and look at the first half stats for the 28-3? I think at least they had 3 points. Onside kick to start. I guess you have to announce now, so you're not able to surprise, but just a way to just put the knife in the back, chat. In a real tough day for the old bingo card, chat. We're not hitting on much. We haven't even hit on the old... Did we hit on the DEI touchdown? I don't even think we hit on... Oh, we did hit on the DEI touchdown because Cooper DeJean scored that pick 6. So we got the DEI touchdown, chat. Let's go. We got at least 1. Nobody... No octopus yet. We haven't even got 1 Rizzler or Shane Gillis commercial, so... Maybe Shane Gillis and the Rizzler are too expensive for a Super Bowl commercial. You've got to just pay for the commercial now. You can't pay for the celebrities. And the Chiefs are down 24-0, so make no mistake, Taylor Swift not being shown that much. The Taylor Swift running off with Saquon is in play, chat. It is in play. Especially if Saquon has a monstrous second half. Do they have odds yet for MVP? I mean, I would imagine there's no way Josh Sweat is not the favorite. You're looking at that Eagles defensive line, and he's had the best game so far. Saquon, 13-1 to score a touchdown on this drive. Do we just... Or the next drive? Do we just lock it in? Mahomes sacked again. He just doesn't know how to evade this pressure, chat. He's having problems with just, I don't know, his mental scrambling routes. They're just... Has Gruden ever used that phrase in a breakdown? I've never heard Gruden say mentally scrambling routes, but maybe it is a football term. But either way, his mental scrambling routes are a little bit off. Seems like, I mean, and the pressure's everywhere, but... And the bootleg stuff that they kind of did, I don't know if they don't want Mahomes throwing on the run anymore, but maybe you got to just try to get him out in motion instead of just having him drop straight back. Because, again, the pocket just collapsed right around him. That time, there's nothing you can do. And is that Sweat again? Oh, my goodness, chat. Josh Sweat is a beast. What is the Super Bowl record for sacks? Now we're looking Super Bowl records. It's that time. It's time to see what kind of historic stuff is on the table for this Philly team. Pittsburgh, okay, the Steelers had 7 sacks as a team. So Philly could definitely just take that one down as well. Most sacks. L.C. Greenwood with 4 sacks in a game. Mahomes on 3rd and 17, rolling out. Sweat chases him again. Sweat's not able to get him out of bounds, so he won't get the sack, but it won't matter. He won't get the first down. I mean, you just got to go for it, right? You can't punt this away. I guess you got to punt it away. 24-0. Andy Reid back in his old conservative bag. It's just what it is, chat, but 24-0. There's not much you're going to do anyways. So let's go see. L.C. Greenwood, did he actually have 4 sacks in the Super Bowl at one point? What game was this? And shout out L.C. Greenwood, all-time stuff, Hall of Famer, iconic, like battered hands. A lot of the Steelers' offense or defensive linemen, you go back and, I mean, obviously a lot of linemen throughout NFL history, but iconic pictures of those guys with just like bandages and just open wounds and sores, and it's like, oh, the brutality of 70s football, chat. In Dallas, 1976, he had 24 sacks. They won the game 21-17, so there's no way he wasn't Super Bowl MVP. Wow, he wasn't. Was this like a Lynn Swann game or something? Who was the Super Bowl MVP this game? And my keyboard already had problems getting stuck, chat, but I dropped the speaker on it the other day, and now it's yikes. Thankfully, it still works, honestly, but it's gonna have its ups and downs. Wait, does it say who MVP was? Why isn't that just in big, bold letter? Oh, it was Lynn Swan. Okay. I knew Lynn Swan had stolen one in there. So if a non-quarterback had won it when a guy had 4 sacks, I was like, it would have had to been probably that one as well, too. Because I don't remember Terry Bradshaw having like a 400-yard Super Bowl performance in any one of those games. But Lynn Swan, he had 4 for 161 and a touchdown. I mean, that's a pretty crazy game. 64 yards on one play. But our old guy, L.C. Greenwood, with 4 sacks. Uh-oh, chat. Uh-oh. Poor Sam. Let's see if we can see if he's okay. Let's see if our guy's doing all right. It's been a while since they've had the old Super Bowl woes like this. Because it's been a while since they've even lost the Super Bowl, but to get, absolutely crushed as well. I mean, brutal, chat. Let's see. Oh, hey. Welcome back to the old Zoom screen. There we go. We're locked in. Ready to go. But yeah, I guess Josh Sweat needs a sack and a half more to tie L.C. Greenwood for the record at 4. So let's now look, I guess, at like I was thinking like all-time just deficits as well too for Super Bowls. Because like we were saying, the Broncos being, I guess, on the receiving end of 2 of the worst Super Bowl lashings that we've seen. Most points scored in the Super Bowl. So this was a 45-point game. And then what was that Seattle game? 43-8 with Malcolm Smith, like we're saying, as the MVP. You also had the 85 Bears dominating the Patriots, Tampa Bay over the Raiders, the Niners over the Chargers, and the Cowboys over the Bills as well, too. And the Bills had been in a couple Super Bowls at that point, but I think, so like we were saying back to earlier to like the later team,
I went to where? The 70, yeah.
I think that would be a good example of that, but I don't think they had their quarterback either. Yeah, Frank Reich was the quarterback in that game, so you don't even have Jim Kelly and Jim Kelly, I guess 4 for 7 for 2 picks, not off to a hot start. Is that the reason why they had Frank Reich in that game? Where's Sam at? Sam, are you on mute?
Bro,
oh, you're on mute.
Hello? Can you hear me? Hello?
Wait, is your mic connected? We can't hear you. I don't think it's me again this time. It's usually me, chat, but let me double check. I think all my stuff's hooked up correctly. Wait, are you getting in your car? Wait, what happened? I just missed it. Are you going home from somewhere? Are you just packing it up? Chiefs are out, 24-0. Sam's leaving the stadium. Sam's done. Barkley up the middle, gets nothing. So, hey, you guys shut down Barkley. That's good. They've got to at least run the Barkley 2,000-yard graphics without him having a great game.
Hear me? Oh, where is it? Why is it not working? Testing.
But they get to run him anyways, so that's probably not good. If it was a bad game, Chiefs winning, would they be going, hey, Barkley, remember the 2,000-yard season that Barkley had? They'd probably be like, hey, remember the 2,000 Barkley had? Where's he at? We need our guy. Oh, Sam couldn't even get a word out, chat. That's it. He's just the man's so distraught. He just had to pop in and just shake his head. He just had to walk around a little bit and walk out. Sam just had to pull the Homer Simpson and just go, uh-oh, chat. I just had to walk in the room. Okay, he's back. Oh, Jalen Hurts. I think you probably saw the Jalen Hurts play before we did.
Hello?
Jalen Hurts.
Why isn't this not working?
Big gain. 20-plus yards, chat. Jalen Hurts making his way toward the rushing overs.
Hello? Hello? Hello, can you hear me?
What other historic Super Bowl stuff was in context that we were looking at here? Yeah, I guess 55 would also be, again, I guess, the high mark as well, too, just for points scored in the game. But they're going to want to kill the clock here, so the Chiefs aren't going to turn the ball over as much, hopefully, in the second half, so the Eagles' offense isn't going to be putting up the same amount of points. They're not going to probably end up with an all-time offensive scoring performance, but this will, of course, be an all-time dominant level win. It will, unfortunately, for Chiefs fans, be a drubbing and a thrashing and a dominant win. It hurts as well too. Like, you've seen him make mistakes, but unfortunately, it just hasn't even mattered. Like, the Chiefs haven't capitalized one, but they haven't been in position to even put the Eagles in a bad position.
Oh my God.
And now Barkley up the middle. And that's Barkley with the big run, Hurts with a big run. I don't know if the Chiefs defense is going to start wearing down here in the second half. If the run game is really going to start to take over. Do we need to just start busting out the snacks now, chat? This might be getting into start, like, let's just get snacks range. Let's just turn it into a... I guess it can't be a party for Chiefs fans. Sorry, Sam. We can't turn it into a full-on party, but... Is Sam having IT issues? I mean, it's okay. We get it. It's you're all choked up right now. Your team's taking it on pretty bad. So if you're not able to get a word out, it's understandable. It's okay. It's just not Mahomes' day, you know. Mahomes can't get a pass off. IT can't get the Sam's mic connection in. It's just the Chiefs fans. February 9th is just a day to forget for Chiefs fans. 2025. Yeah, unfortunately, not just the Chiefs day. Chiefs are not in it right now.
It's all good. It's not...
Chiefs day for stopping Barkley, but not the Chiefs day. Shout out. At least we got an appearance. At least our man was willing, chat. That's the good thing. He's a true professional. And he's willing, even at the lowest of times for the Kansas City Chiefs, to stop in and say what's up to the chat. Even if he's speechless. Sam, lock it in, chat. Sam just earned officially the #1 spot in sports media for the Chiefs right there. The only way Nick Wright can claim its spot back is if Nick Wright does not show up to work. If Nick Wright misses the show, then Nick Wright maybe gets a case for #1 Chiefs fan, but Sam literally called in and was so emotional he couldn't speak. He was so emotional his microphone wouldn't connect and he couldn't even get a word out and he just had to leave. Nick Wright will still probably be able to at least get through the show. He'll pretend to be emotional. He'll be like, oh, the Chiefs, Mahomes, blah, 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 blah. It really sucks, all that. But, I mean, that's true fandom right there. That's fandom at its finest, chat. I get Taylor Swift is in the booth and she's cheering on her man, Kelsey. She wants to see her man, Kelsey, succeed. But she doesn't have that feeling toward the Chiefs and toward the team and toward the franchise and toward the fan base and toward the storyline and toward everything they've worked toward and toward the significance of a three-peat and the historic and all that stuff. And she doesn't, you know, does Paul Rudd? I guess Paul Rudd's also in the conversation for top Chiefs fans, but Paul Rudd is not going to be able to not do a movie because he's not going to be going on set for his next movie being like, I can't act because the Chiefs lost the Super Bowl. He's not going to be calling into the next Zoom call being like, I can't literally say anything. It's too much to bear. At least he can type his sorrows, chat. At least it's something. Is Nick Wright going to be just sitting there texting through a chat? I mean, this is true fandom at its finest, chat. Trying to find wins in this happy for all the talented players on the Eagles. Yeah, right. You don't have to lie to the chat. Which Eagles, Sam, which Eagles, top 5 Eagles that you're actually happy to see win the Super Bowl? Are you actually happy that Barkley is getting a Super Bowl? Like Chiefs fans, are you able to look at Barkley as just a guy that was at a Giants franchise that was in the dumps and a guy that's one of the most talented players at his position that we've ever seen, is a #2 overall pick for a running back in an era when running backs are devalued, and does his pick part of that? Maybe. But, running backs, their value has decreased, and regardless, teams have continued to value Saquon, and that value has now proven true. And I mean, the seeds of this have been planted like we've talked about. You look at these high-level running backs, and yes, maybe the careers. I mean, and we know running backs have shorter careers compared to a lot of players as well, too, historically. Oh, Chris Jones dropping to the field, adjusting the knee brace. And this is the Durant in the Warriors Raptors finals. This is that right now. This is the Klay Thompson. This is the crumbling and the run falling apart. The bodies are now deteriorating, chat. The mentality deteriorated in the first half, and I was wondering what would break first, chat. Their spirit or their body. And their spirit broke first in the first half, and now in the second half, their bodies are breaking down. Chris Jones. Hopefully they don't have to cart him off. But is Saquon a guy that you can actually feel good about for winning the title, chat? Let's see if... Do we actually have snacks? I think IT actually will slide us some snacks. It's time to start snacking again. I kind of want to dip back into the little turkey cheese wraps we had going earlier, but... Shout out. We got pretzels. I should have got 2 bags. It's just what it is. We knew it was the Super Bowl. It's a 2-bag pretzel bag occasion, but we were just trying to, again, be smart. Warren Buffett's going liquid. He's going cash, so I don't know if we can spend 2 pretzels right now, knowing that Warren Buffett might be preparing for some tough times, but maybe 1 for the Super Bowl. Warren Buffett would be like, okay, you got the cheap pretzels. It's okay. But, oh, tough chat. What are we, Harlan Williams crunching into the mic? Do we have to go mute here? I did not think about this when we were purchasing. We should have gone soft chat. You live and you learn. We're Mahomes in the Super Bowl right now. Nick Wright also probably won't just mute the mic on his show to just randomly chew pretzels halfway through, but that's why Nick Wright's on Fox Sports and we're not. It's just what it is, chat. So, but like we're saying, regardless, he is now officially number 2 Chiefs fan in the sports media. Yikes! A real thrashing. Can Kendrick Lamar like perform in the intermission between the 3rd and the 4th? Can we get another Not Like Us between then? I mean, we might just need Kendrick to like perform on the sideline during the games. There's still some more GNX left on the table. Obviously, we still want to hear all the songs again. He still left a lot of the songs, even like we're saying, if he wants to dip back into the pop-out. Yeah, Sam's like, it's falling apart with Chris Jones going out. It's time to look away, Chiefs fans. It's time to turn to the bottle. Turn to your vice of choice. Not that we would condone, of course, any sort of substance abuse, but we're just saying it's time to take the edge off if you're a Chiefs fan. It's time to maybe try to find happiness somewhere else, chat. You're not going to find it in your football team right now. Try to find it in the bottom of a bottle of Jägermeister or something like that. Or maybe something a little bit more palatable. Oh, they're going to score again, chat. I mean, Sam was saying they were going to dominate them, and he was like, I could see it being 35-21. It's going to be 35-0. Do the Chiefs even score? Can we get a over-under on Chiefs not scoring to win game by shutout? Oh, that's locked right now for Kansas City. Basically, everything's locked right now, unfortunately. Once they get in the red zone, they start locking everything. Oh, here we go. I think just open it back up. Pause. Let's see. 5-1? Ooh, do we get the Jake Elliott missed field goal right here? 24 yards, no stakes? This feels like a good spot for it. He's been good tonight, chat. He's been good. So thankfully, some of the bingo card stuff haven't hit. Some of them have, kind of. I feel like the refs did pull out the script a little bit. At least they tried to in the first half there with the A.J. Brown call. I feel like we could check that one off. So at least we got DEI touchdown and and ref script out of pocket. We're still in play for A.J. Brown starts reading. We probably shouldn't have put Taylor Swift runs off with Saquon and Travis Kelce proposed to Taylor Swift in the same row. It'd be hard to get a bingo if all 4 of those hit. But it'd be a crazy world if Travis Kelce proposes to her after a shutout and she goes, no, I got to run away with Saquon Barkley. So I guess it's still in play, but maybe IT could have done a better job of organizing this bingo card a little bit. Brady also not really having to mention that he has 7 rings. So his GOAT case is definitely Brady, maybe the biggest winner tonight of anybody. I know the Eagles fans obviously number 1, but Brady maybe number 2. Oh, chat. Take 2. Sam is back. Let's see if it works this time. Let's see if he's pulled himself together. Maybe the Kansas City jinx is finally over. Does he think that field goal cleansed the jinx? Does he think now the microphone's going to work?
I was like, is the mic going to work?
Shout out to the people that are just like, remember on the Super Bowl pod when it just started crunching pretzels like halfway through the 3rd quarter? But it's just what it is. It's a party right now.
Testing. Can you hear me? Hello?
Testing 1, 2. Hello?
Hello? Can you hear me? Is it working?
Is there a sad, desperate Chiefs fan on the other line over there?
Is it working? Hello? Can you hear me?
The chat can't hear you. They just see the sad face. They just see the tears. Shout out to those. I guess unfortunately if you're on Apple, you can't see the river of tears streaming down Sam's face right now. You didn't rip up the Kelce jersey, right? Nope, it's still all intact there. That's good. Okay. Luckily, it didn't get too over the top with the passion and the emotion. You didn't get too out of control.
Testing. Can you hear me? Hello? Let me see if I can call in.
I mean, he can just start communicating through thumbs up, thumbs down. It's just going to be a lot of thumbs down. Just a constant thumbs down. Yeah.
Testing.
The vibes of all the Chiefs fans right now. Man, shout out to the New Orleans city officials for knowing that Philly was going to dominate this game, because I think I even sent that to Sam as well too. There was a clip that I saw on Instagram of a news report saying that they were greasing the poles in downtown. They were greasing the streetlights, and that's crazy, chat. I'm sorry about that. I can understand why Sam just dipped out of the Zoom after we said greasing the poles in downtown New Orleans. I would have left the conversation too, but they were greasing the streetlights in downtown New Orleans. I guess they knew Philly was going to win. They knew it was going to be dominant. They knew they were going to be at their absolute most outrageous and braggadocious. I mean, who's going to be taking more of a victory lap tonight, Kendrick or the Philly fans? Philly might feel like they might take the West Coast identity tonight. Philly's going to just be saying West Coast. It's like, you're Philly. You're almost as East Coast as you can get. You're literally East Coast, but just a little bit more inland. I guess some of Philly's a weird vibe of East Coast and Midwest, but either way. Mahomes under pressure, just terrible. Oh, chat, pretzel piece stuck in the throat. Pause, that's crazy. Oh, we powered through. 41 yards. Oh, well, at least he's now over 50. No Donna Kelce cleavage either. Just been a slow night all the way around. Honestly, at this point, they could just start going to the celebrity cutaways. I think that's totally a good move. It might be one of the only saving graces of the broadcast at this point. Let's see Paul Rudd. Let's see Bradley Cooper. Let's see, where's John Hamm at? He's probably slumped over too. He was fired up to start this game. He was the one that introduced the Chiefs out of the tunnel. Little John Hamm versus Bradley Cooper introduction off. Intro off. TV off. John Hamm, his TV's off. TVs are off all over for the Chiefs fans right now. Taking Kendrick Lamar at his word. Oh, he's pressured. Mahomes, he bounces out. There's nothing he can do. There's a hold for sure. He's just going to take the sack. Oh, no. He'll get the first down. It won't matter. It'll go back for holding. He fumbled as well. I mean, what do you do? I mean, now we're just here for the professionalism of it, chap. Now we're just true warriors for the love of the game. I bet this will be probably their most penalized game of the season as well. Mahomes, just his worst game of his career. Can we get Sam on the phones? Is Sam calling in now? Sam is calling in via phone line. We're taking calls now on the Rem and Sam pod. Let's go to Sam out in the Bay. Sam, how you feeling about the Chiefs losing to the Eagles down 27-0? He's speechless, chat, just like we expected. It doesn't look like we actually are trying to get Sam on the phones because you guys can't see the phones, but IT said they're trying to get him on the phones. Apparently he's trying to call the show. I didn't even know we had phones, but we're trying to see if we can get him to work. Is it on my end? I don't feel like it is, chat. I feel like I'm screwed in right now, but who knows? Who knows? We'll definitely do a quick little check. Oh, I muted myself there. Oh, well, Sam, call back at some point. We'll take your call. The number is 1-800. Pat Mahomes just got the pass batted away on a 4th down, and the Chiefs turned the ball over. So call us at that if you guys want to call the show. Just the inaccuracy, chat. The poor decision making. I mean, there's pressure. There's swarming secondaries, but it's definitely going to be one that he's going to hit the pillow tonight and want to forget. That's for sure. Shout out to the pretzel game as well, too. I mean, strong with the Dijon mustard pretzels. We had a choice. Do we go cheddar? Do we go plain? Do we go mustard? But I mean, come on, chat. Kendrick's performing at halftime. You got to get the mustard pretzels. And they are definitely the move. For sure, chat. One more big crunch. Maybe we still get an octopus as well, too. That might be one of the most in-play things now. If the Chiefs start... If they do get, like, at least one score at some point in this game. Maybe a player getting a 2-point conversion as well as a touchdown is a strong possibility. I don't think the Eagles obviously would be going for 2 at this point in the game. But could we see it from the Chiefs side? And I guess if the Rizzler is just in a commercial at this point, he would win that one. Because we haven't seen Gillis either. Shane Gillis, the biggest star in America? Not in any commercials? That feels like a layup joke that has definitely been used, but if it hasn't, somebody needs to. Biggest star in America, chat? Shane Gillis. Man's a little tubby sometimes, but... Anyone ignoring Brittany Mahomes? Maybe. Burkhardt says golf on Mexico. That's just always in play throughout the broadcast. So, you know, we can't really write that one off. Anyways. So this row 1 is looking like... Row 1 down is looking like our number 1 option so far. Jake Elliott misses a field goal. An octopus. Either team attempts a Philly special, and we already got the DEI touchdown as well. But like we're saying, the octopus and maybe the Philly special from the Chiefs, they just start going into their bag. And then, I mean, Jake Elliott could just, miss a field goal. But, yeah, row 1 across. Looking okay. Row 2 across. Row 2 down. We're working our way through it, chat. We're not totally off the board yet for the bingo card. I mean, you know, hitting a Super Bowl bingo, it's like hitting a parlay, you know. It's a tough parlay to hit. But we might hit a couple legs. Oh, he's going deep. He's got a guy. Devontae Smith. Touchdown, Eagles. E-G-E-L-S. Eagles. Eagles. 33-0. This is one of the most dominant, if not the most dominant performance I've seen in a Super Bowl, chat. Because much like the Broncos, like they were saying, my own lifetime, that Broncos-Seahawks one would have been the one. Yeah, and unfortunately, as well, too, I was thinking, yeah, Sam, probably not going to be 28-3 either. And our Chiefs fans that were hoping that maybe that history would be in play as well as the three-peat. The first ever 34-0 Super Bowl comeback in the fourth quarter. Wow. So I guess, you know, for Mahomes as well, like we're saying, it's not going to affect his legacy in a downward type of way. You're not going to look at Mahomes differently. The Mahomes 6-year run to start the career is still the best 6-year run of any quarterback that we've ever seen. Is it even 7 years at this point? What were we looking at, chat, for the Mahomes run here? Let's see. What's the seasons played to seasons in the league? Is it 7-8 or 6-7? I think it might be 6-7. No, it is 7-8, chat. So he's in his 8th year. All-time leader in yards per game and adjusted net yards per attempt. But, you know, his first 8 years, even you would say his first decade of his career is the best first decade of any quarterback that has ever played the game. I don't know if we need to go through the stats and look at the yards compared to him versus Brady versus Manning versus all these guys. But again, like if we're going the decade-wise, he still has a couple years to put on the stats that those guys had. But 2 MVPs. Manning might have had like 3 at that point. But again, Mahomes has the Super Bowls. He has all the playoff resume. He's been in the game every year. Like he still is the most dominant playoff quarterback for the first decade and the most dominant regular season quarterback as well too, almost, for the first decade. Lamar is, you know, from a regular season standpoint, always up there as well too. But in terms of the GOAT conversation anyways, you know, Brady lives to see another day. It's getting close. Like it's crazy that it got that close that quickly. It is another penalty on the Chiefs. Like you're just going to see, they're trying to bulk the stats up so they can get them, look at the total penalties for the year and go, well, we did call a lot of penalties on the Chiefs. It's like, well, yeah, you called them a lot of them in the Super Bowl when they were down 24-0 and 33-0. But just from a greatness standpoint and from an evolution of the game, it's just insane that greatness can just progress the way that it does. Oh, he hits Worthy down the field. So, you know, maybe we get some big plays and some points on the board. But, I mean, 34-0, chat. There's no chance. It's funny that there's even, like, a 2% chance to be that, like, Mahomes down the field, hurrying him up. You're like, uh-oh, here he comes, chat. But there's no way. I mean, maybe I'm setting myself up for something. But just, again, how fast these great things, because I mean on one hand you would look at something like Kareem's scoring record for the NBA and go, okay, there's individual things that'll stand the test of time, and even LeBron, you know, eventually has taken that over, but that record stood for such a long time. It's so impressive, and who knows how, you know, if the LeBron stands for that one or longer. I mean, maybe that one's even more impressive as well too, who knows. But you know, Kareem himself, like, even though he was still the all-time leader, you're probably still, by the time MJ retires, he's kind of the lead guy. And, of course, LeBron as well, too, eventually sort of passes Kareem. I mean, you could make maybe even Magic and Bird cases over Kareem. But, you know, however you want to kind of sort that list out. So, just because he has individual records doesn't mean he holds his spot in the individual legacy. But, you know, even like MJ, had a little bit of a break, but MJ retires for the Bulls for that second time in 98. And yeah, it's like, okay, the league has a little bit of a period there where they have to wait for that next star. But then LeBron's in the league by 03. And even LeBron is still on the scene as like a young freshman by the early 2000s, just a couple years later. And right back in the mix. And even still, like, realistically, and now Mahomes is in his bag a little bit. It took him 34 points in 30 plus minutes, but they're finally starting to pull it together. But, like Jordan, he did retire from the Bulls the second time. He probably could have also kept playing as well, too. And I know Simmons did an article about that at one point about, him finding a potential landing spot was weird. But, then he goes to the Wizards. So, like, hypothetically, if Jordan is playing, like, there is overlap between the end of the Jordan run and the beginning of the LeBron run. And now, we've been kind of sitting here again. You could say we've been sitting here waiting for some time going, okay, who's going to kind of really be the next LeBron in a real way? But from a talent standpoint, you go, okay, LeBron still like hasn't retired yet. Again, it's crazy. He's 40 years old. He probably should have. But now we have Wembanyama in the league, and Wembanyama is just this insane next version of this NBA talent that we've seen, and we've never seen anything like it. And just this historic what-if of a player. And in football, I mean, you get Brady. I mean, you have like a guy like Montana who wins 4 Super Bowls and is clutch in the playoffs, and you just think, 4 Super Bowls, that's a lot to win in a course of a career. Like, how do you win 4 Super Bowls? How do you even play long enough to even win 5 or 6 or even pile that on? And Kansas City finally scoring 34-7 if they convert the extra point worthy. Getting the touchdown props anyways for the bettors out there. Shout out for that. But, Brady is able to pass Montana very decisively by the end of his career as the greatest quarterback of all time. And by the time Brady retires, it's like this unassailable resume. He has played as long as anybody has ever played the position. He has been able to maintain his health and his body and his level of play at this way that you're just like, okay, even if a quarterback is awesome statistically early to start his career, like, what is he going to have to play like, and how is he even going to be able to have the years to match Brady in the way that he did? And Brady's able to have this second prime in his late 30s and able to make up this legacy stuff, like we're saying, and pass Montana and pass all these guys and become the greatest quarterback of all time. And Brady hasn't even retired from the league yet. Obviously, going back in time to 2018, Brady hasn't even retired from the league yet. He hasn't even left Kansas City yet. And here comes this kid who is playing the position like we've never seen it before, winging it around, and now we're back in our Collinsworth bag. Just making plays, a gunslinger. He's not afraid. He's athletic. He's changing the position, Mike. But you can see it right away, and you can go, oh, man, this kid has what it takes to be the greatest. And like we're saying, now that is a conversation that, from a full legacy standpoint, has to still be built up. But, I mean, if he had gotten the three-peat, that's just how crazy that decade start is you go, maybe even in his first 8 years, he is the greatest quarterback of all time, which is crazy to say. Like, could a guy in 8 years be the greatest quarterback of all time? But if you win 3 Super Bowls in a row, it's just a really, really strong case. It's a historic thing that's literally never, ever been done before. So, again, that is the part of the Mahomes thing that is on hold now. It's not, the Mahomes legacy. Do we put him on? Because going into this game, he had matched a lot of legacy of all these guys. Now we get the celebrity shots. Kevin Hart. There's Kevin Hart, Paul Rudd, Anne Hathaway. Eagles fan. Okay. Shout out. A little quick triple header there as celebs. But like, he's already matched a guy like Steve Young. He's already matched the playoff resumes of Elway and Marino and Manning, and he has the playoff resume of basically every other quarterback in NFL history except for Tom Brady. And if he had gotten a three-peat, that's what we're saying. Now he has something on his playoff resume that not even Tom Brady has, and it's a great case for him being the greatest quarterback of all time, combined with the way that he played the position. But now he still takes his spot behind Brady. And Brady's still the guy. And maybe you still have to judge it correctly and go, the 7 Super Bowls, it's too much. Like, it's still the number one guy at the end of the day. But that would have been a real conversation. And like we're saying, that decade now, it's still the best start and still that dominance to get to this point of the season every time and just dominate your conference as much as we've ever seen a player dominate the conference is as special as we've seen. But then again, to go back to the Brady thing, the fact that you could look at Brady's career and just go, oh man, it's completely unassailable. And then not even when he's retired, we get this guy. And then not even a decade later, we're literally looking at him going, he's kind of almost catching Brady. And he's kind of almost building up his resume in the same way. But then this season, chat, you look at the other conference and you look at a quarterback in the other conference, and Jaden Daniels had a better rookie season than Pat Mahomes ever had. And maybe Jaden Daniels doesn't have the career that Pat Mahomes had. Like, who knows? Like, we were saying the same thing about Mahomes with Brady. But just that, it's just insane how that progression of greatness works. Where, again, like, Brady develops into the star, develops the resume. Mahomes has the talent right away, but develops the resume. And then Jaden Daniels doesn't even need the time to develop. I guess, maybe he has the time in college as well, too, so it's a little bit of the same timeline. But then he is now impacting games in almost the same way that Mahomes is a rookie. And, it's just like right away, is there almost potentially another guy on Mahomes' heels? Like, are we just seeing the cycle all over again? And I'm like, with Wembanyama and LeBron, it's like Wembanyama has so much to do to be able to even crack a guy like Pause. Like, Tim Duncan. I mean, Tim Duncan is not too far off from, LeBron and MJ. But, to even, like James Harden has won league MVPs. Like, the man has got still, there's Anthony Davis is on the top 75 all-time team. Moses Malone, then there's Charles Barkley, and there's levels that you have to climb, and there's so much work they have to do, but it's just the talent and the ability and what you're seeing these guys accomplish is just amazing. That time and time again, it seems like right away when you think you just go, oh, we'll never see this again, we get another thing that we'll never see again, but it's almost like it's better than the thing that there was before, chat. And Mahomes is, at this point in his career, the best quarterback of all time. Best through 8 seasons. There's not a quarterback that has had a better 8 seasons. But like we're saying, you can't now make the case through the 8 seasons that he's the greatest quarterback, period. I mean, it's still a case. But to me, he's still, if you want to put like Manning and Montana over him, and Unitas as well too, maybe, if you want to start doing some real legacy stuff. But he's like top 6, top 7 minimum going into the season, and a Super Bowl doesn't change that, because like we're saying, the season that he had before this, 3 Super Bowls already is as much as most guys ever, and now it's like, okay, Bradshaw versus Mahomes. With all due respect to Bradshaw, like, Mahomes is just a little bit more revolutionary stylistically, and the way he influenced offenses and literally changed and implemented these new way these defenses played. Like, you just have to put him above all these guys. So at the end of the day, Brady is the biggest winner from the quarterback. Brady wins more from the legacy standpoint than Pat Mahomes loses out on. But it was a conversation that could have been had, and now, it's just going to have to wait to see what else he's going to be able to accomplish. And it's one of those interesting things as well, too, because I know they've been able to extend this run, it seems like, this entire time. But, this does feel like the end of whatever this version is, and maybe Kelsey is back next year, and maybe, like, if Kelsey and Jones and Mahomes are all back, and like, if that's the core of the team, so if it's all back, it's, I guess, the same. But we see from Kelsey right now, he's not the same, so it's not gonna be the same offensively. His impact, just in terms of schematics and how defenses are focused on him, and the gravity that he causes, and how that is able to open it up for other players. So you're going to be shifting your offense in a different way. For me, it's going to be different going forward. And is that different going to yield the same consistent results? Like, could Mahomes win another Super Bowl? Absolutely. Like, Mahomes is that type of guy where we put the resume on par with, he's always going to be in the Super Bowl mix every year. But again, just this version of the team every year being in that cycle, we could see that. I'm just saying we could see that change. I'm not saying we will. I'm just saying wouldn't be shocked if it did happen after the season. It's like at some point, not that they even have to reset, but at some point they're like not going to make the conference finals, right? At some point they're going to have the Brady divisional round loss or whatever, and it's going to be done. And Sam says, no, just get rid of Kelsey. Sam's done with Kelsey. Chiefs fans might be done with Kelsey after this. Maybe Taylor Swift proposes to Kelsey after the game because he lost and she tries to pick up his spirits. She's like, it's okay, Travis. You'll feel better. We can get married and it'll all be over. You can retire. You can be a... I mean, he's not necessarily... Yeah, Travis Kelsey ain't no trophy husband, but it's just, that's the level that Taylor Swift is at. She's, crushing anybody you're matching her up against. But is Saquon even at like 50 yards tonight? I mean, at least they're still, shutting down that part. But maybe have Jones, but gotta revamp the team. Uh-oh, chat. The emotions are starting to pour out from our guy, Sam. Make no mistake. Well, maybe the next time he pops on, he'll be a little bit cooled down. But right now, the man is going through the 7 stages. I don't know what denial. Can we go back in the chat and look earlier? Was there denial earlier or what? But is this grief? Is anger one of the 7 stages? If it isn't, add it in there. Make it an 8th stage, because in sports fandom it definitely is. And Sam is in the angry blow up the team, trade everybody phase. Oh, Hurts up the sideline, chat. Out of bounds. First down. Keep the chains moving. Eagles zeroing in on 40. And he didn't, I guess, say rebuild the team. He said revamp the team. And he did say bring Jones back. Because, at the end of the day, you're keeping all the guys. The thing becomes... you're still in a good position, I guess, to build this team going forward. You've still been smart with the defensive acquisitions, and I would have to go in and look at their contracts and see who's up for salary and all that stuff and see who they're able to retain. But I think McDuffie and Chris Jones and a couple of the big pieces would still be there for next year. So the fact that you could just continue to just go back and just say, hey, we're just going to rebulk that offensive line back up again so it's just insanely awesome again. I mean, you kind of have the ability to do that, and then maybe later... kind of fill in some of the gaps with the weapons again. Because we've seen them win a Super Bowl with a little bit of a lower tier weapon thing. And they did that with Kelsey acting as a number 1. So maybe they still need to go out and find that. Bring Tyreek Hill back. Get the band back together. The boys are back in town. Make one last run at the title. At least with Tyreek Hill anyways. Just like Sam says, just like the Eagles win, it was the just like the last Eagles win, it was the D line that got us. Always the D, chat. It's always the D. So at least they sacked him there. But let's just take one more quick timeout, and then we'll be back to wrap up this game real fast. Post-game coverage of... Do we want to watch Philly get the trophy, chat? We'll see. But we'll ride out the 4th quarter of Super Bowl 59. Is that what we're on? 59? Philly. About to get their 2nd one in a couple years, chat. Coming up next. Okay, chat. We're about in the position where where we're gonna need to start ranking what commercials we saw and which ones we like best, because there was one that just played with Harrison Ford for Jeep, where he's like, "My name is Harrison, but I actually really like Jeep." So that feels like the first time we've actually had like a real big celebrity cameo in any of the commercials. I know that's not the first one, but in the course of me half paying attention during the commercial breaks, that's the first one that I've really noticed. And I feel like just in general, nothing else has really stood out outside of the whipped cream and the skinhead hat commercial, which hopefully we didn't just say something bad there. But if you saw the commercial, you know what we're talking about. But that and the, I guess, whipped cream, cold foam, whatever you want to call it. Not much else has jumped out besides that, though. Maybe the recession being felt a little bit early. Maybe the Super Bowl's just too expensive. It's like, at this point, you're just paying to be in the Super Bowl. We literally can't afford a good ad. I mean, these companies can afford ads. Some of the, obviously, the bigger ones. You know, $8 million for a 30 seconds not going to do nothing. But, oh man, Mahomes absolutely crushed. Fumbled. The ball's out. Philly's got it. Yikes. Not only is this going to be a dominating performance, Mahomes might get hurt. He got absolutely annihilated. Was that Carter? I think Carter got the hit on him, but who got the fumble? Williams got the fumble. Is that Milton Williams? And you could have potentially gotten Carter for roughing the passer at some point, but again, the Chiefs are down and the refs don't care anymore. Carter just karate chops him in the head. Just gives him the full, just like he's pushing him into a locker. Jalen Carter, like he's a school bully pushing Mahomes into a locker. Just throws him to the ground. Oh, there's the penalty. Okay. Okay, Sam said skinhead too, but he put a space between it. So I don't know if I said it too close together, if that's bad or not. But since he said it, you can cancel both of us if it is bad. It just sounds like it could be bad. But no Coca-Cola one? Agree. Oh no, the Chiefs fan said Carson Wentz time. Who would have thought? Who would have thought Carson Wentz all this time we're going to get Carson Wentz in a Super Bowl? Carson Wentz at one point, of course, played for the Eagles, was having an MVP caliber season and looked like he was going to take the Eagles to the Super Bowl, got hurt, Nick Foles got subbed in, won the Super Bowl for them. So Carson Wentz technically has a Super Bowl ring with the Eagles, but didn't play. Now he's at the Chiefs as a backup and might play against the Eagles in a Super Bowl, but he's playing because he's losing and he's not going to win. Just the weird career of Carson Wentz. Maybe it is all a simulation, chat. Who knows? Carson Wentz is a glitch in the system. He's a Prince Harry glitch that just got copied out and decided to be a quarterback. And now he's going to get subbed in and be the backup. Can Jameis Winston just sub in and be the backup? Can we just get like a, hey, the game doesn't matter anymore and everybody wants to see Jameis? One last one last round with Jameis in Super Bowl week, pause. The real MVP of Super Bowl weekend, Jameis Winston. The Jameis Winston media career for him that's about to launch is going to be insane. We tried to sign him to the REMINGTOM pod, but he was just too hot of a prospect at that point, and Fox and the big companies had gotten to him. We just unfortunately couldn't match the offer, and we wouldn't want to. We want to see Jameis on national TV at the end of the day. So at the end of the day, it was like, do we want to work with Jameis, or do we have to sacrifice for the greater good and put Jameis in the biggest audience possible? And it's like, yeah, okay, Jameis and Fox and these bigger networks make sense. He gets to be in front of all these people and entertain as many as possible. So, I mean, one day you'll get the Jameis Winston, Rem and Sam collab. Rem and Sam and Jameis, the collab will happen, chat. Make no mistake. But it won't be, I guess, a new week-to-week basis on the show. But if they can just sneaky trade Carson Wentz for Jameis Winston right now. I mean, you could just tell me that the Jameis Winston has been the backup for the Eagles this whole time. Who cares? I believe it. Marcus Mariota, Jameis Winston, same draft class. I mean, it counts. The number one, two overall pick. Close enough. Oregon, Florida State. They both got palm trees. I guess Oregon's more pine trees versus palm trees. But Mariota's from Hawaii, I think. So Hawaii versus Florida. They both got palm trees. So there's a lot of similarities between our guy Jameis and our guy Mariota. They could basically just swap places, and you may as well put Jameis in on the other side. Get a little Jameis versus Carson Wentz game. Shout out to Kellen Moore as well, too. Headed to coach the Saints after this. I didn't know if that would be one of those distracting headlines or what, but they were so confident they didn't even need him. Yep, see, chat agrees. Sam says Jameis would be a W. Jameis is a W, and Jameis just eating W's everywhere he shows up right now on TV. Wins all over the place. I mean, there's really even no point to keep running the ball with Barkley either. Like, Barkley's in the same spot, you think, with your running back. Unless you're trying to, like, get him his Super Bowl stats, but unfortunately, that's just not going to happen at this point. I guess you have 8 minutes to really try to force the 100-yard thing or something. Where's he sitting at right now? He's got to be at 57 on 25. I mean, yeah, what's you're going to get him 50 carries? 25 carries? What are we doing here? Let's get Kenny Gainwell the ball. You still got Barkley under contract for a couple seasons, right? Am I crazy? Is this the last season that Barkley's there? This might be. They're just like, you got to keep taking it in the Super Bowl. Pause. You got to keep carrying the ball. Your contract expires in 8 minutes. But if he's there long-term, chat, you think, hey, even for next season, we got to start preserving. Okay, Jake Elliott. Can we blow on it for the bingo card? Pause. Oh, whoa. Yo. Whoa. My bad. Another whistle. Timeout or flag? Flag. Bring it back. Jake Elliott's kind of been money tonight. I'm not even going to lie. He's kind of been sending it down the middle every time. Low-key, the best Jake Elliott performance of the season. The best Eagles performance all around. Probably, maybe not their best offensive performance, but, I mean, come on. 37 points in the Super Bowl? Doesn't matter if it's not their best. Oh, is he plus 50? He's at 50 yards. This is the range where it gets sketchy. I think this is his hash mark, though. Yeah, he put it right down the middle. Jake Elliott came to play today. Jake Elliott saw the bingo card and said, F that guy on the couch. They got to 40. It's now officially worse than the Tampa Bay Super Bowl. It's now bordering historic territories. Yikes, chat. We just continue to monitor Super Bowl MVP odds, I guess, at this point and see when they get posted. Or if we're just blind and see if we eventually stumble into them. Are they posted somewhere else? Oh, they probably are. Super Bowl MVP Josh Sweat is 17-1 right now? Oh, chat. Chat, we got to move. We got to move, chat. I know Hurts is the quarterback and it's looking good, but Hurts did have a pick and a big miss on third down earlier. You know what? Screw it. I'm doubling my bet, chat. I'm going all in. Josh Sweat for Super Bowl MVP. Yes, I'm loving FanDuel. Shout out to BETSTAMP. I could go use BETSTAMP right now. Let's see if we can compare odds. They probably have game odds on BETSTAMP. I don't know if they have player props on there. But let's see here, chat. Oh, they do have some player props. Let's look at Josh Sweat. Player props on BETSTAMP and compare what we've got here. Oh, so this is perfect. So I just got him at FanDuel at 17-1, so I don't know if this is updating the live odds. But right now on BetRivers, he's 30-1. On Caesars, he's 35-1. On Fanatics and Bally bet he's also 30-1. So this is a perfect example. On Caesars, you're literally getting at 35-1. On bet on another, and we're not. All of them have their advantages and disadvantages. I guess this is a BETSTAMP ad, not an ad for Caesars, but you got one sportsbook giving you 35-1 and one giving you 30-1. Like, that's the point of using the app, to give you that comparison. And to be honest, I'm a bad BETSTAMP user. I didn't realize the player odds went that deep. I doubted that they would just have the live MVP odds going, but BETSTAMP, unlike Pat Mahomes tonight, delivering on the promise of performance and giving you what you need. Pause. Hey, yo. Look at this. Like right now, I think that was prior to the game. But either way, that's the perfect example. Like prior to the game, you could have gotten him on one sportsbook at 30-1 or one at 35-1. So both would have been great bets. But at one, you would have been getting, a pretty significant extra boost. But like before the game, for example, Philly on one sportsbook was on plus. They were at plus 100 on a bunch of them. They're at plus 105 on another one. They're at minus 103 on another one. So there's a range of minus 103 to plus 105 going into this game, closing at these various sports books. So that's what I'm saying. The odds are going to switch, even if you're just looking at, and everybody is signed up to multiple. Like, you get stuck on, you're like, I'm going to go sign up for this one. I'll probably sign up for that one. This one's out of promo code. I'll sign up for that one too. So I know you kind of get stuck using the one that you just get the most familiar with. But it's just good to get on BETSTAMP and check, because it's like you don't have to check all the apps. Again, it's just you're checking all the apps at once on BETSTAMP. It's the best way to do it, chat. It really is the best way to do it. I can't believe we just got Josh Sweat at 17-1. Honestly, the fact that Jalen Hurts is minus like 4,000 is one, shocking, and obviously it's like, yeah, maybe he's probably gonna win, but again, plus 4,000. Josh Sweat with 2.5 sacks? No? Yeah, 2.5 sacks, and then that pressure where he pushed the offensive lineman into Mahomes, forcing the interception on the goal line. Like, that's a Josh Sweat play as well, too. Is this another one where the public gets to vote? Are they just assuming public's going to vote Hurts? Because they've had it in the past for the public voting MVP. Okay, go Pacheco. We could still get an octopus on the board. They're trying to show the largest Mahomes comeback of his career. Pause. 34 points as of right now. Right now it is 34 points. I don't know, Chad. I don't think it was with 6 minutes left in the fourth, though. Now Kelsey finally gets a catch. Literally spoon feeding him a catch. Taylor Swift and Travis Kelce will probably not be holding hands walking out of the building. It's going to be very awkward. This will be the lowest moment that he's had since they've been together, probably. Because even like a bad regular season game, at the end of the day, they won the Super Bowls. They still had the ultimate success. The move, of course, would have been to taken Philly on the alt spread and then Saquon MVP. Or not Saquon MVP, I guess, but, player MVP prop. Philly on the alt spread. Alt spread. Saquon hasn't even have a touchdown, so I can say you can't even do the Saquon touchdown. But the Hurts touchdown was a lock, so that would have been a good bet. Hurts, Smith, and Brown. Yeah. So the rushing touchdown is also in there for the Hurts MVP case, I guess. So he has, 3 touchdowns? 300 yards? Yeah, that is tough, chat. But I think Sweat's played a better game. I think Hurts hit a couple of good passes, too, in the second half. But open guys, I don't know. I had a moment of weakness, chat. You saw it live. A live moment of weakness. But I don't feel bad about it. My full endorsement. Josh Sweat got my vote. He got my support. And even if it won't be the winning vote, I am okay with standing on business, chat. Josh Sweat, MVP of the game. I mean, it's 3rd and 5. The Chiefs aren't even going to score in garbage time. Mahomes, another pick. I mean, just another bad pass. That was double coverage, and then Gardner Johnson for the triple coverage. And now he's just going to run this back for a touchdown in the sloppy return coverage by KC. Also reminiscent of that Raiders Tampa game. Mahomes is entering like Rich Gannon pick territories now. 3, 4, 5 picks. It's starting to look that bad. And Rich Gannon, MVP of the league, so no slouch. No Mahomes. Oh, offsides for Philly. Torbett, reverting to his old ways, he has to help out KC in the 4th quarter. He just forgot that they were down by 34 points. Yeah, shout out to Philly, man. Showing the run of this century since 2000. And to just constantly do it with new looks. Because one of the people that I think is just always underrated throughout NFL history is Joe Gibbs. Shout out to Joe Gibbs. Because that man won 3 Super Bowls with 3 different quarterbacks. Like, that is crazy. To be able to have that kind of turnover and to still have the ability to be able to pull together a consistent group of guys to be able to win the Super Bowl is just impressive stuff. And it's just a one of one feat in NFL history. And kind of a one of one feat in like sports. Like, is there an NBA version of that? Like, you think what the Spurs did with remaking their team over and over again? Like, it was still built around the same guys. Like, any NBA version of it is always kind of still built around the same core. Like, there might be pieces around that core that change. But the core itself, like, fully shifting. I mean, I guess Boston is the best example of that. Maybe going from, the Pierce, Allen, Garnett combo, then trading those guys off and through the draft picks building this Tatum and Brown combination. And those guys as well too, taking over from like the 80s and the 90s run. And I guess you could say the Lakers are in there as well, but the Lakers did have such a pretty decent downsized period there for a while that I feel like they kind of feels like that was kind of the next version of the team. That wasn't just like a little bit of a break couple years or rebuild years or whatever. Like, it was like, oh yeah, no, this was a whole version of the team that was, just a bad run. But to be able to remake this team, I guess it's Howie Roseman at the top consistently, maybe not all the way back to 2000. We'd have to go back and see when Howie Roseman actually started in Philly. But new coaches, like, it's not just Joe Gibbs. It's not Andy Reid is Joe Gibbs, and he's had Donovan McNabb and Nick Foles and Carson Wentz and, all these guys and Jalen Hurts and whatever. Like, no, it's literally been new coaches, new teams, fully new players. So he's been in Philly since 2010. So, yeah, even some of those early Super Bowls with Reid and stuff. And I'm sure Reid had a lot of personnel power in his day in Philly. But the complete remake top to bottom and to just constantly have winning teams this decade is crazy. They've had as many remakes as, like, those teams we were talking about. It's like decades to decades. Like, yeah, it's been, like 2 decades or so, but they've had, like, 4 or 5 iterations of the team, like, 20 years. Whereas, again, you would have this main core for at least a decade or whatever, main run. Because now, like, everybody even off that team is, like, who are the main pieces, Brandon Graham, a couple of the offensive linemen, Hurts, Goddard. From even 2 years ago when they were in the Super Bowl against the Chiefs last time. Because a lot of these a lot of these defensive pieces have been drafted in these last 2 and 3 years. With Carter, Smith, DeJean, Quinion Mitchell. Of course, Blankenship is step up. They just showed him drawing a penalty there. But, and, you know, bringing in Edwards, bringing in Bond. Like, just completely remaking it. Like, there really is no comparison. I'm trying to think of even an NBA team that didn't have, like, the title success, but was still able to be competitive and have playoff runs. Like, maybe Miami, like a more, like kind of maybe what Miami has done this century where they won a title. But even still, like, you had Wade for such a long time as a through line between him and Shaq and then him and LeBron in that Bosh era. So, yeah, they move a little bit into the Jimmy Butler, Bam Adebayo run. But, again, that one run still had a through line of being, like, kind of a connective tissue there. So, there's similar players, but the main cores and the main pieces are gone. I guess A.J. Brown would be, like, the main best player, the receivers. Hopkins gets a receiving touchdown. So Hopkins and Worthy both cashing in for the props. Kelsey is going to screw over a lot of bettors. Do we get a Hopkins octopus here? They're going for 2. Go back to D-Hop. We need it for the bingo. D-Hop, one-on-one outside. I think this might be the move. Oh, he's in the slot. Never mind. In the trips. On the inside. Working his way across the middle. I think he's looking for him. There it is. Oh, it's to Watson. Flag on the field, though, chat. And I'm sorry. I promise this is the last pretzel I'm eating. That's the last super crunchy ASMR you guys are getting. Oh, I kind of wanted him to rule that back so we could get the D-Hop octopus. Hey, yo, pause. But we got to at least get another one of our bingo card options, chat. We got to at least hit something. We got to at least have the hope of winning something. Sirianni and Doug Peterson, the last 2 Super Bowl winning head coaches for the Chiefs. So Sirianni can now be fired in what, 2 seasons? Doug Peterson style? And then to be honest, I could actually see Sirianni coaching on the Jaguars in a couple of years. Nick Sirianni, Jaguars coach. That makes a lot of sense. I see that pairing very clearly. Maybe it's the teal kind of lining up. But something about it. It just has a nice ring. If he took a similar path that Doug Peterson took, it would make sense. But I don't know what the legacy is going to be for either of those guys. I think we kind of know what Peterson's legacy is going to be at this point. It's just kind of crazy that those are the 2 Super Bowl winning coaches that the Eagles have in their franchise history. Like if we were doing a fantasy draft of Super Bowl winning head coaches, I mean, where are Sirianni and Doug Peterson going in this draft, you know? But again, I think it's maybe the Eagles front office that is the biggest winner of always these runs. It's the roster that they put together. Always insanely talented, always a lot of depth. The Chiefs attempting an onside kick in the modern NFL as well, too. When you have to announce it, it's about as close as you can get. Up the middle instead of a lot of the times that traditional to the side. This time they just go with the little pooch up the middle. Oh, now we're going back into the three-peats, looking at three-peats. And actually, that is something that I meant to look up earlier, too, when we were looking at the Super Bowls, was not teams that have won the three-peats, because we know teams have not done that, but the teams that have made the 3 Super Bowls. I know we talked about that a little bit with Sam on Friday, but just to, like, confirm what that would have been. So, yeah, obviously this last Chiefs run. So this Patriots run, that Brady run that we were talking about earlier, later in his career, they beat Carolina, lost to Philly, and then beat LA. So I did see that stat earlier as well. Gatorade dump on Sirianni. Oh, they didn't dump it yet, but I saw it. It's yellow. Yellow Gatorade cashes. Did we get a percentage on the yellow Gatorade? We should check the markets, chat. I can't believe we haven't been keeping up with the markets. We're doing a bad job at our job. Wow. Green and yellow. Oh, green and yellow shot up to 44%. I don't know if this is updated since it's been officially green. So I don't know if that'll continue to move up to 100. But I know purple was a heavy favorite there for a while. So something changed. I guess this is not totally accurate because Whacked Out Murals is still 71% to be the first song that Kendrick played. I guess Other is, including Whacked Out Murals. So it did end up being Other. I believe we got that unreleased, right? That was crazy, chat. Can't wait to go back and rewatch that on the tube later. Brought out SZA. 79% chance he brought out Mustard. 32% chance he brought out Keem. I was seeing there was some LiAngelo Ball odds. Yeah, the 1% chance does he bring out LiAngelo Ball. Is there any chance that Kendrick performs Tweaker during the halftime show? Would that make the set? Is he throwing Tweaker on the GNX Deluxe? I guess we'll just have to wait and see. But he did not bring him out, so that 1% did not hit. 22% chance still of it's a scripted comeback, so they've already dumped him on the Gatorade. It's 14-40 with 2.5 minutes left. So I don't know what the script is saying. Trump just makes an executive order and just gives KC like 30 points right now. I think that's Sam the only time he's like, hey, Trump, can we get an executive order? Can we get the Eagles a couple of touchdowns from the White House? I don't know. But there was a 58% chance that the Rizzler was in a Super Bowl commercial. Yeah, I can't believe the Rizzler wasn't in one. No Rizzler or no Shane Gillis. Unbelievable, chat. Big corporate dropping the ball. 1% chance Travis Kelce and Taylor Swift will break up before March. Has that climbed up from 0 since the Super Bowl, chat? Or is this 1% still solid and number one and all that stuff? But for Saquon, chat, I mean, can we call this a running back led team? I think this team goes down in like the 85 Bears. I mean, this goes down as like the defensive team. I don't know if the defense goes down as like an 85 Bears level defense. I'm just saying, like, if we were saying what led this Eagles team, Saquon was the big name addition that powered the offense in a major way from last year. But was he the thing that led the team, especially in the playoffs and especially this game? I mean, I think you probably have to say it was the defense at the end of the day. The pressure they got Mahomes, that defensive line. Like we're saying, you know, Jalen Carter and Josh Sweat was some pretty iconic performances. So you've got Philly at second this year in points allowed, first in yards, total yards allowed, first in first downs. Let's see here. 13 interceptions was 12, so they weren't necessarily, you know. Okay, here, turnover percentage in general. They were 5th in turnover percentage. So, yeah, you can see in general that it was just one of the most, it was one of the more elite defenses in the league. That's what I'm saying. It's not like historic in all these stats and not like an 85 Bears level defense. But, you know, again, maybe this similar, maybe we did find the comparison after all for the Super Bowl. Maybe it is the Tampa versus the Raiders Super Bowl. I think that feels like the most appropriate. Because that Tampa defense is still, I think, even better than this Eagles defense. That one's close, though. He just got like Warren Sapp at the peak of his powers, and John Lynch and all these guys, and it just, you know, you get Rodney Barber, I think was he on that team yet, chat? I forget who, Dexter Jackson, the MVP of that game, but that was a super stacked team, I think, even maybe more so name value than this Eagles team. But that's kind of the identity of this Eagles team. And that Eagles team had a better offense than a team like I guess like Sam was saying, Saquon is a better player than maybe some of the offensive players that we've seen on these defensive-led teams. But they were able to shut him down tonight, so obviously that wasn't a big portion of it. But pass rush, building within the trenches, and just being able to control the clock, always going to be in style for winning football games, chat. Always going to be the things you can count on. at the end of the day. What do they say, chat? Defense wins championships? I mean, are we going to see a little bit of that with Davis? I mean, I could get on here and take the victory lap about being at least a little bit optimistic about the Davis trade and him just having the most amazing 4-minute debut of any basketball player ever off a trade. It's like this all-time trade that we were saying was being called the worst trade that shouldn't be called the worst trade, but regardless, it's being called the worst trade. And how does Davis even make the Mavs fans feel even 1% better about it? It's just have this insane 4-minute stretch where you like put up us 5, 5, and 5 and just completely dominate the game, and your two-way presence is completely all over the place and everywhere. See, Hurts with another miss. I mean, it's 4th and 6, and again, 40-16. I know we can sit here and seem like we're criticizing Hurts till the cows come home. He's literally winning a Super Bowl. I'm just saying, Josh Sweat should be the Super Bowl MVP at 17-1. That's all I'm saying. That's the only case I'm trying to make, chat. Is our bet at 17-1 should be the right one. Unfortunately, he's not going to get another sack, but I think maybe that last throw might have been a big help. Oh, they are going to drop back into pass with Mahomes, so is Sweat still out there? Is Sweat going to get more pressures? Mahomes airs it out. He has a man. Oh, and he gets Worthy for the touchdown. They've cut it to 3 scores. The comeback is alive. Sam just had a moment where he looked at the math and was like, wait a second, and then was like, oh, no, we can't do it. But there it is. I mean, you know, he's still capable of it. He didn't lose his abilities. He just had a bad game. And you get Worthy down the field, of course, as he continues to develop. I mean, he has the makings of a true number 1 receiver. And Tyreek Hill was able to work down the field in a way where he became, you know, eventually the most dangerous weapon in the league. Does Xavier Worthy have that exact bending speed and that ability to work down the field? Worthy not even on the field for the octopus try here at the end. So 22-40. I guess this is the only way you score is these one-play possessions. Hurts got a little bit of a look on his face. He's like, oh, there's just no way. But, you know, maybe there's some score stuff he's going to be like, oh, man, we were dominating him. I think that's probably going to be what is going to be frustrating is they just don't have this all-time 30-point smackdown, 40-point smackdown over the Chiefs. But I feel like who were we just talking about, chat? Who we just rambling about? Anthony Davis, I think. I forget. But yeah, shout out to Davis though. And of course, after all the amazing performance that he had in that game, leaving the game with an injury is like the one thing we're like, oh, now we're back to I wish we had Luka and this trade sucks and why do we have Davis and Davis is no good and all that stuff. But I mean, you saw him out there and it's crazy. And with the Mavs offense, you know, like we're saying, they have the bunch of guys that can like kind of create offense for themselves and play pretty good defense. And it's not a title. It's not a team that's going to win the title maybe, but it's a team that'll be feisty in the playoffs, and Davis will be, you know, tough to play. So the Eagles get the onside kick there. I would think that would probably wrap it up with a couple of knees by Jalen Hurts. Jalen Hurts, Super Bowl winning quarterback. Wow. The first quarterback to really break the Alabama curse, right? I know that, especially in recent years, I guess Namath going way back was like the last maybe great Alabama quarterback. And, you know, who knows what we mean by great Alabama quarterback. But, I mean, Jalen Hurts is as good as Joe Namath, right? Is that a hot take? Joe Namath has a losing record all time. There's the Vince Lombardi trophy, chat. Another one in the case in Philly. The fans probably going to try to catch a case tonight. A lot of aggressive celebrating for sure. A lot of cars overturned. Probably. I mean, the problem with greasing up the streetlights, it just means the fans are going to knock them over. So streetlights are going to be knocked over. Cars flipped. Windows smashed. property damaged. Philly fans, can you just behave yourself for one night? It's not like don't party. It's just like, can you just not destroy everybody's property while you do it, you know? Do we have to lay waste to the downtown area while we celebrate a Super Bowl? Xavier Worthy, the rookie, bummed out. Thought he was going to get a ring in his first year. And just get that out of the way. Be like, man, I can enter the league, win a ring as a rookie, and just never have to worry about it. Be the top guy. And they're not even going to let Hurts go in and take the last couple of knees? What's Gardner Minshew's going to finish out the Super Bowl? Pause. So there you go, 22-40. I mean, nobody wanted to see KC actually get the three-peat, but Philly putting up 40 in the Super Bowl and Sirianni jumping around and the Eagles fans being happy is no fun to see either. So there's really only one way to fix this, and I think the bat signal is up, or should I say the horseshoe signal is up. And I think Anthony Richardson will be here to save the league next year, chat. It's just what it is. I think that Anthony Richardson and the Colts are the only sort of righteous team that people feel good about winning if it's not their own. And if they want to see a storyline, a wholesome story team, just a good set of vibes, win a ring, and who do we feel good for? Who do we think deserves it? I mean, the Colts are up next, chat. But I guess right now we have to just say congrats to Philly. Say that I guess they are the best team in the league this year. Dominant defense, stacked roster. The offense just became too much. And you could tell as well, too, I mean, by the way that they were selling out to stop the run, I'm sure that had everything to do with guys getting open and the efficiency that they were able to have in their passing offense. So there's one thing left to accomplish, chat, and that is the Super Bowl MVP. And then the football season will officially be over. So shout out to Sirianni. At the end of the day, you know, he is the old Colts coordinator. You do feel good for the success of the former horseshoe guys. Did the line move on Carter at all? Or on any of the players? The Super Bowl odds for next season are already out, chat. They've lit the Kick of Destiny 3? When is the Kick of Destiny? Is that tomorrow? If you picked him, bonus bet will be ready. Oh, Eli won! Whoa! Shout out to Eli. I didn't realize Eli won the Kick of Destiny. But Super Bowl MVP odds are officially closed. So we're not going to be able to cheat and see on the line if there is a favorite. But can we get it on the old... Let's check the market here real quick and see. Can we get a live Super Bowl MVP odds? Oh, we can. Mahomes at 44% and Saquon at 24%. Okay, so I don't know if this is live. E-G-L-E-S. Eagles. Or what did she say? E-G-E-L-S. Eagles. Hurts. Oh, they're saying it's definitely Hurts. Man, no consideration on the market for Josh Sweat whatsoever. I guess 2.5 sacks and just completely wrecking the defensive or the offensive line for the other team and completely throwing the best quarterback in the world off of his game is not Super Bowl MVP worthy. But Hurts is the leader of this team emotionally as well, too. He carries the guys. He squats 600 pounds. The media loves that, so you got to vote him. He's going to quote it up here to Aaron Andrews. Is it Riz? Is it motivation? I mean, it's probably both. Well, does Jalen Hurts now go into this category that we've always put Burrow in? We've always held Burrow to this extra high standard because of the fact that he was able to overcome Pat Mahomes in the playoffs. Lamar hasn't been able to do it. Josh Allen hasn't been able to do it. I mean, Josh Allen, the Allen Burrow thing is very interesting now as well too, where Burrow didn't even make the playoffs this year, and it feels like you'd rather have Burrow just because of that one game. Hurts has now been to the Super Bowl twice versus Mahomes. Like, let's be honest, Hurts has kind of outplayed Mahomes in the Super Bowl twice as well too. Definitely outplayed him today, and a lot of people would say that he outplayed him in that first game as well, and has gotten a win against him on the biggest stage. And again, you're going to look at this game and go, Mahomes himself played bad. The defensive line definitely created chaos. Like I was saying, is Josh Sweat the best player in the game? Probably. But does Hurts go into this tier 1 now of guys? And when we go and to rank the guys, and again, Mahomes is still number 1. We all get it. He's had the run. But when we go to rank the guys now and we go, hey, is Burrow the guy? Is Allen the guy? Is Lamar the guy? Well, Burrow is the guy that beat Mahomes. Does Hurts enter this conversation now with these guys? I think he kind of has to, Chad. I mean, 2 Super Bowls. I know you're quarterbacking a very talented roster, but that is a credit to you. And, a guy like, I'm not a guy who obviously wasn't watching a guy like Aikman or even a guy like Bradshaw, those quarterbacks that, maybe quarterbacked a little bit better teams than maybe their talent would have had on the ceiling of their teams. But regardless, they were still able to get their team to that Super Bowl winning level and be able to pull together these dominant teams. And again, the Eagles haven't made that Super Bowl run yet in terms of like Steelers in the 70s or Cowboys in the 90s. But in terms of dominating a conference, that's been a similar ordeal. And in terms of Jalen Hurts against his peers in the conference, it's been a similar ordeal. And I would assume that with the youth on this team, it would continue to be the same thing. So I don't know if Hurts is quite on the level of those guys yet, but he's definitely the modern day version of it. Because you would still look at Aikman, I think, back in the day and go, Aikman is still one of the... And I guess what we're saying with Hurts now is Hurts in the conversation for that second best quarterback in the league. I think he would have to be. Because Aikman in the 90s there, he's going up against Steve Young. You've got Elway peaking as well, too. Of course, he's making Super Bowls, but just as a player as well. So his best season, the 93 season, he was 5th in MVP voting. So let's go back in here. I just want to see what other quarterbacks were kind of around Aikman at this time. I guess you still got it's like Cunningham in the league at this point still, and Warren Moon hanging around. Like, who's all in the league in 93? Tommy Mitchell? Who's that one guy that I'm thinking of? Tommy Maddox? Maddox might be a baseball player. I'm not sure. Yeah, Elway, Young, Boomer Esiason. Okay, Jim Kelly, of course. Brett Favre. How could we forget Brett Favre? So that is definitely your main guy. And then you got Montana in Tennessee. McMahon bounced around to Minnesota at this point. Testaverde in Cleveland playing 10 games. So you could definitely say that he is I think that's a good comp for him. Yeah, he could be in that Aikman sort of tier of guys. And Aikman is in the Hall of Fame, if I'm not mistaken. So I don't know if I'm saying, is this game the start of Jalen Hurts' Hall of Fame case? Maybe it is. Of course, being a Super Bowl level quarterback is a big step to getting there. But I'm just saying, if you were able to lead your team to a certain level of success, that's all you need, right? That's what the quarterback's job is. That's what Brady said before the game. The quarterback's job is to win the game. Like, that's the problem with Chiefs fans. You look at this game and you go, oh, man, Pat Mahomes might have lost us the game. But there's a lot of other factors as well, too. Oh, we're getting reality checked on FanDuel. But we're not even betting anything. We're not even putting anything in the bet slip. We're just looking. We're just window shopping. We just wanted to see. I guess we are betting. I can't believe I just brainwashed myself. We did literally bet MVP live on the pod earlier. So we'll see if we're going to win some money or we're going to lose some money. Are we going to pay rent this month, or are we going to have to find another way to pay rent this month? No, fortunately, we are provided for in a good way, chat. The job is steady. The blessings are steady, chat. It's all good times, but I'm just saying, could we have a little extra pocket change, maybe? You know, recession hitting would be nice. Barkley with his ring, Carter. And Carter was a guy in the draft when he was being drafted. He was the #1 guy in a lot of draft boards. He was the guy that if you go back and listen and watch the old episodes that we were doing, I don't remember if we had even a video mock draft at this point. Maybe we were still just doing the audio stuff. But if you just go back and listen, if those episodes are still even up and available, I don't know what IT has gone back through and taken down. But, you know, Jalen Carter was, even in our minds as well, too, the best, most high upside, impactful player in that draft. And that ended up, of course, being the Caleb Williams draft. So the Bears traded out of the, or not, sorry, the Caleb Williams draft, the Bryce Young draft. And then because of the trade in that draft, the Bears, of course, end up getting Caleb Williams. But the Bears trade out of the #1 pick spot because Carolina wants to trade up and they want to draft Bryce Young, #1 overall at the quarterback position. And I think the Bears at that point were even kind of looking toward a reset farther out in the future than just this season. And they still had Fields on the team at that point, if I remember correctly. I had to go back and get the timeline all straight in my head because this past season was the first season without Fields. So they still had Fields last year. So it was still like take one shot with Fields. He kind of had a decent run at the end of last year. And if you trade back and get those pieces, you can always be in a position to maybe take a quarterback again next year. Obviously, that works out to the highest benefit in terms of draft value for him, where the Panthers pick that they trade for ends up becoming the #1 overall pick and lands them at least the opportunity to take Caleb Williams. Of course, he ended up passing on Jaden Daniels, which maybe that'll be the thing that ages bad. But in terms of this trade, again, they trade out where they weren't gonna take Bryce Young. They probably weren't gonna take Stroud either, which is also a mistake. Do you take Stroud over Justin Fields? Probably. But they could have taken Jalen Carter. They could have taken Will Anderson as well. Would have been another defensive lineman in the mix. But Carter had the legal issues. He had, you know, I don't remember his exact involvement in that event, but I believe it involved in somebody losing their life in a car accident of some kind and due to some kind of like street racing ordeal or something like that. Just, you know, at the end of the day, it resulted in a very tragic event. And, you know, I'm sure and there was some character questions as well, too, about some of the Georgia stuff that went on with him and his work ethic. And, you know, if you're Chicago, I know that Bryce Young trade ultimately yields you DJ Moore, you get Caleb Williams, you get some picks, you get a bunch of pieces out of that. But would you rather just have Jalen Carter than all those pieces? Like, you kind of gave up Jalen Carter in that trade as well, too. And, you know, I know, again, Carolina traded up for Bryce Young, but that was just not going to be the guy that you were going to take. So you gave up the opportunity to take that generational guy. And I guess, you know, they had that 10th overall pick as well, too. If he was been able to slide to them at there, then obviously just scoop him up then. But Philly pounces at 9. Philly was a stacked team at that point and had that pick via trade as well, too. And it just made a ton of sense for him to go to that team with a bunch of other Georgia players. So the fact that trade has still worked out where it's like we were all kind of thinking that he was the best guy in this draft, and it just showed that he was the best player on the best defense in the league that just carried a team to the Super Bowl. Like, I guess for this game, like we were saying, Josh Sweat was the best player, but Jaden Carter was impactful in this game as well, too, just with the pressure that he was generating, and has probably been at least the peaks of him have been the best version of the offensive or defensive lineman from a team this year. So here we go, chat. Terry Bradshaw to hand out the Super Bowl MVP one last time. Will it be to Jalen Hurts? Will it be to Josh Sweat? It won't be to Saquon. I don't see Kelsey on one knee either in the corner trying to propose, so maybe that'll not happen. Great stage as well, too. One of the best Super Bowl stages that we've seen in a while. And see, we knew that testing the graphics, we knew it was going to work. This stage is like got some green mixed into it. It could be just like change the lights, but it looks prefixed. It looks like they knew it was going to be the Eagles all along. The microphone is green. The red and green logo said Chiefs and Eagles, of course, from the start, but the rest of the box on the microphone is green. This is Philly all the way. The league is definitely scripted. I think we're locking it in as we speak and as we watch before our very eyes. If Jalen Hurts wins MVP, then it's definitely scripted. Not that he doesn't deserve it. I'm just saying that. I'm just saying that Josh Sweat played a better game. Wait, did they already give it out? Nope, we just got to let Jeffrey Lurie answer real quick. I feel like he's accomplished. You feel like this is like the biggest day in their life, and you're like, oh, wait a second, this guy's got like $19 trillion, you know, and started 4 companies and probably done a bunch of stuff. Like, it's cool for him, but I'm sure he's had some good moments. I'm sure he's had some peaks and valleys. And I mean, again, he's done a great job of handing the team over to Howie Roseman, letting him make calls, making calls himself when he has to. Sirianni chat. So do we see Kelsey next year as well? I guess I'm trying to think, are there any other big legacy topics to hit? I mean, I'm sure there are. We'll definitely be back Tuesday as well, too, to clean up any, other stuff that I'm sure we'll think about immediately when we get off here as well. Pause. But, well, that sounds even crazier as well, too. I mean, when we log off the stream, the things that we think about right away, we'll probably, be back on Tuesday to recap and, wrap up the season and maybe talk about some other stuff. But, just instant reactions. Kelsey, could this be the last Travis Kelce game? Not just for the Chiefs, but for in general. And what's more likely? Is it the last Travis Kelce game for the Chiefs or the last Travis Kelce game in general? Does he move on from the team? Does he move on from the league? Does he pursue the media stuff? Does he get married? How does the Travis Kelce thing go? We talk, like, that's the thing. Like, the Chiefs were such established from a legacy standpoint that a win was only going to move them up into this crazy all-time territories with this three-peat. So it's like, okay, the Eagles now, this new bunch has emerged. Saquon gets his ring. Jalen Hurts gets his ring. He gets his Super Bowl MVP. Of course, it's well-deserved, even though Josh Sweat should have won it. Cooper DeJean gets his ring. It's just an exciting time, chat. One last motivational quote from Jalen Hurts to take us home. Very poised, very charming. Star qualities, chat. He's a star player. He's a star character. And he's been thrust into the main role of the NFL season 2025. It's Jalen Hurts that walks away with the belt, chat. Wow, we did not see that coming even a month or two ago. And again, I still think you would look at this game and go, Jalen Hurts is kind of a representative of the collection. I'm not saying that disrespectfully. Like, his leadership is maybe even his finest quality. Like, that's a great thing about him. But Sam says he can't watch. Don't worry, chat. We're almost done. We can't watch either. We've suffered through it long enough. Maybe the Colts will get back here one of these days. But you love to see it. You love to see... I mean, that was always going to be the question as well, too, is which of these young guys not named Mahomes starts to emerge from a legacy standpoint, because now, he's made 2 Super Bowls as well, too. Like, I know he doesn't have the MVPs that Lamar has. He doesn't have the MVPs that Josh Allen has, but he has a win, Super Bowl win. He has appearances. He has regular season success. He has efficiency throughout periods of his career. So his legacy now really takes a step up and really elevates him in a way where, he goes from, like we were saying, a guy that was a quarterback on a guy that can lead a quarterback and be a good quarterback on a good offense to now, the all-time stuff is crazy. Like, you still even watch Lamar and Allen and some of the stuff that they do, and you go, okay, there's all-time stuff here. Like, is there all-time elements to his game? Like, I need a film guy to, I'm not here to sit here and start breaking that stuff down. But either way, like, that leadership, that mentality, and that ability he was able to play with in the second half and when the offenses needed him, chat. He's able to get the job done. It's just what it is. Would you still rather have him or Jaden Daniels for the next 5 years? Great question by Sam to wrap this thing up. Should we just go ahead and Sam just wants us to cut down Jalen Hurts for the end of this right after he wins the Super Bowl. Just go, yeah, because he knows we would probably take Jaden Daniels after the youth, and are we throwing contract in there as well too? Like, it's just there's some things that maybe Jaden Daniels was doing that Sam's like, even the best quarterback in his division. I mean, would Dak have won the Super Bowl on this Eagles team? Is that the storyline that we're gonna get from Cowboys fans? I mean, Dak would have won the Super Bowl. Okay, Sam's starting to vent. We might need to log off just for Sam's own sake, just because Sam might start saying some things that they're going to get him in trouble. Psych, we're not going to log off. We're going to let him say more things. We're going to let him keep venting. He may have thrown his phone across the room, chat. That's always a possibility, too. You never know. He may have crashed out officially. Is he even the best QB in his division? Is low-key a crash out? Not going to lie. Sam's probably not doing too good right now. But shout out to our Chiefs fans. Shout out to our Eagles fans in the chat. Shout out to our NFL fans in the chat. And the Rem and Sam fans in the chat. The ones that stayed tuned to the Rem and Sam zone all NFL season. It's been a great time. Even if it ended in not the Super Bowl that you guys wanted. Whatever. It is what it is. But we are still here throughout the week and, still here throughout the continued sports season and throughout the year at Rem and Sam Podcast here on the YouTube. The live streams keep a coming, chat. Just because the NFL is now over, the NBA means it's starting to heat up. I mean, we got March Madness right around the corner. This weekend, we've got a Drake album. We've got a Captain America movie that we might check out. I don't know what we're going to talk about, what the order is going to be, what we're even going to hit for topics. But I'm just saying that there's still things to talk about and there's still things happening that we're going to react to and that are going to be a good time. So you're going to want to stay tuned and you're not going to want to miss it. And you're going to want to be here on the YouTube and over on Instagram and TikTok and Red Note and all the stuff, chat. I don't know. Do the Kansas City Chiefs fans have like a secret group chat that we can join? I don't know, but shout out to Tubi as well too for making it through the game. No problems asked. Tubi over Netflix, it's official. It's been close this entire time, but now I think the takeover is there, and hopefully this doesn't mean Tubi goes behind a paywall, because if that happens, I'm going to be devastated. The 90s streaming service behind a paywall would be brutal, but they gave us the Super Bowl for free anyways, so shout out to the Eagles, shout out to Hurts, shout out to the 2025 NFL football season, and thank you guys again for jumping on with us tonight and jumping on with us throughout the year, and stay subscribed for more live streams later this week and of course in the future. So, and we've got now that the season's over, we can officially start doing our player rankings. I said that we were going to save our top whatever player rankings for after the Super Bowl, so stay tuned. That'll be one of the future episodes amongst the albums and the movies and all that stuff. We got player rankings in NBA and all kinds of stuff to get into. More bits, who knows, chat. More news, more breaking stories. Maybe another trade will get rescinded. Maybe the Lakers had a trade rescinded today with Mark Williams and Dalton Connect, so maybe 5 weeks later they'll just be like, wait a second, there was something in that Davis Doncic trade that we didn't like. Let's just send it back. So you never know what's going to happen. Stay tuned. You never know that the Eagles are going to just crush the Chiefs in the Super Bowl. It's just what it is. But that will wrap it up for us, chat. So Thank you guys for jumping on.